Hello everyone, welcome to Zarantech. In today's interconnected business environment, seamless communication between different applications is essential. Today, we're diving into SAP PIPO, which stands for Process Integration and Process Orchestration. SAP PIPO plays a vital role in integrating various systems, ensuring they work together smoothly. SAP PIPO is all about integrating different systems and orchestrating business processes within organizations. It's like the conductor of an orchestra, ensuring every instrument plays in harmony. SAP PIPO tools enhance operational efficiency by up to 40% in adopting businesses. Trusted by over 60% of Fortune 500 companies, SAP PIPO is integral to modern business management, optimizing operations from customer experiences to data management. Mastering SAP PIPO isn't just about technology, it's about transforming business functionality in today's digital era. Today, we'll cover everything from the fundamentals of PIPO to advanced integration techniques. We'll explore how it enhances data flow, simplifies processes, and ultimately drives business growth. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now, let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to SAP Process Orchestration. 2. System Landscape Directory. 3. SLD Manages. 4. Architecture of SAP PI Dual Stack. 5. Integration Builder Directory. 6. Enterprise Service Builder. Let's dive in.
Are you aware of NetWeaver stacks? Basically, have you worked in SAP NetWeaver before? Do you know how many stack types are there?
Okay, we did use the NetWeaver,
Uh-huh.
as I told you, if you go through, I maybe recall all those.
Okay. Okay. So what happens is basically, in earlier version, basically this is called SAP PI,
Right.
process integration. In new world it is called PO, and this is, I'm giving you an introduction, but not on the theory piece of it, but I will give you introduction basically with the practical, and then we will go through the theory part of it as well. And then if there are anything that needs to be deep dive, we will go through that as well. Okay. So this is basically till NetWeaver 7.3. 7.3, basically it was all PI, and this was ABAP stack basically in NetWeaver, and there was a Java. Now what ABAP means is, like your SAP GUI. You go to SAP GUI, you log in basically, and that's where the ABAP system comes into play. It is all written on a language what SAP uses, which is your SAP ABAP, right? And when we use basically Java, Java is all on the URL based. What it means is URL based is, um, have you worked on SAP Portal, SAP PO before? Have you seen that, or do you want me to explain that too as well?
They give us portal, you have to log in and transfer all these. That's what you're talking about?
Right, right.
Okay.
SAP Portal is URL based, so you always have URL, like your google.com,
Right.
you have your server name and the URL basically for the Java system, so this is more of a online based.
Right.
But ABAP systems, which is ABAP stack, basically what we call as a NetWeaver, so this is through your SAP logon,
Server system. Yeah.
right? So this is called SAP logon, and through which basically you do that. Basically, SAP logon is, let me, SAP logon, right? Have you seen SAP logon pad?
Yeah. We have to log on the system.
Yeah, yeah. So when you log in from SAP Login Pad, you always log into an ABAP stack. Basically, there is no GUI basically for Java. There is one, but we don't use that basically on day-to-day basis. And Java is basically always a URL. So in SAP PI, it was always, it was a dual stack basically. So I will mention that over here, D stack, right? DS, right here. So when we say a dual stack system, that automatically means it is your ABAP plus Java, right? So that's what your dual stack means. Now, this was a history, this was back in the days, almost in 2013, 14, it used to be PI stack which is a dual stack basically, and that is sitting on NetWeaver 7.3. Now, starting with basically when it started getting mature, so there were a lot of problems, having a dual stack. There were some components running in Java, some components running in ABAP. So SAP came up with their strategy. We would like to simplify, how the application operates, and we would like to put all the components for the integration perspective to one stack, which is only a Java stack. So they moved from SAP PI to PO, right?
Okay.
And this is Java only. So there is no dual stack fundamentals over here. This is Java only, and this started from 7.4.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this was basically NetWeaver 7.3, right? And starting with 7.4, it started with all your SAP PO, and this is all Java. Now, when we say Java, so all your ESR, all your objects, basically, all your administration piece, anything and everything related to your process orchestration sits on top of, your Java stack, basically, on this one. And this can only be accessed through URL. As we know, the Java stack is always accessed through URL, basically, right? So this is basically a transformation, from a historic perspective to what you see as a latest. Now, latest version basically for PO is sitting on your NetWeaver 7.5, right? And there is a support pack level as well, but I will get into the support pack. I will make you understand how the support pack works and things like that. But for today, we will only understand 7.5 is the latest release of your NetWeaver. That is for the Java PO. Okay. Now this is basically what the latest and greatest looks like. Now we will get into this diagram. We will go over here. There are a couple of diagrams basically. Now, if you see, it started with what is new in process orchestration. You see 7.3, 7.3, 7.3, and there is an SP level as well along with it.
Right.
So SP level is the support pack basically for the NetWeaver release. NetWeaver release goes from 7.0, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 4, 5, like this. Then, there is a support pack level basically with each and every release, which is, it's a bunch of notes. Are you familiar with SAP notes?
You mean the node NUD?
Notes, NOTES, basically. So notes is basically is a correction. So how it works is, let me show you. I'm logging to my different screen, but I will bring that to the sharing screen. So there is this SAP Market Support Portal, right? In SAP Market Support Portal, you have your everything basically from SAP Notes perspective. See, enter the keyword or SAP note number, and that will bring a correction basically for you. Now, when we say correction, so it is bunch of code written together, or the configuration instructions that combined to make it as one of the knowledge base article. Like people like you and myself, if you're running into an issue, there will be a note against that basically, and we will see there is an SAP note, for that, and I will show an example for one of those over here. So if I go and access my launchpad right here, all right, let me try to log into this guy first. I am logged in now. I will go back to this guy. Then I will show you the access, how to access your Launchpad. Now in this Launchpad, you have multiple, tiles like this 1, 2, 3, 4, and which is equivalent to all these descriptions you are seeing over here, basically. Now in SAP Launchpad, you can search for SAP Notes, which is a bunch of correction, and when you combine 100 or 200 SAP Notes together, that makes a support pack. That's that's what the support pack looks like. So what SAP do is basically they combine thousands of release of the correction, for the bug fixes, your corrections about the release, and they combine that and they send that as a support pack, basically. So that's called support pack, basically, from that perspective. So what's new in SAP support pack? That you can see what type of a correction coming in. So if I go and open this guy, it will show me these are the corrections, which are already been taken care. What's new? So there are basically this interface, this. There are some BPM functionality. There are some analytical outbox which has been introduced. There is a dashboard that is coming across. There is a new monitoring. So all these new features are coming along with your support packs, or the corrections basically coming along with your support pack, basically, right? So that's called the support pack. Now the latest one is 7.5, and support pack, I think 18 or 19 or 20 is the latest one. So but we can check that once we know more. Now one thing to check over here. Let me SAP PO architecture. So this diagram we will be using quite often, basically. So SAP PO architecture, this is what we will be using on a daily basis, for referring to this. So you help me understand this one, basically. Now there are multiple components, so all the components what you see over here, and I will get to each one of them, one by one, basically. But today we will be focused on very high level architecture of SAP PO, and what it means, what all the services are there in SAP PO, what you can do with SAP PO, all that, basically we will see that. So first thing is we will take care of what is inside this box. There are two pieces. This box is divided into two pieces. One is your design and configuration time, and the second one is your runtime. So what's the difference between that, basically? The difference between basically design and the configuration time is that you are developing something, developing an object or developing an interface, for example, and you are doing a configuration designing for that. Basically, you are not doing any, and you are not running or executing anything basically in the system. And those components basically sits under design and configuration time. All these components sitting in this section, from your left of your this middle line right here, is a design and the configuration time. And anything sitting on runtime, is basically your execution, for the execution of your system, execution of your objects. That's what they are called, runtime. You are running them basically in the system, and all those basically sitting under, in this section right here. We will get into each one of them in deep, starting today till tomorrow. We will get into each one of them in deep, and then after that I will show you some practical as well, with SAP PO. First of all, basically we will start with outer box as well. Now there is the design and the configuration time, there is a runtime, and there are few components sitting outside of this blue box, basically, which is your system landscape directory, which is your exchange, and business systems, and non-central application engine, advanced adapter engine, what it is called, AAE. So that's what it is called. Anytime I'm using a word called AAE, that means advanced adapter engine, right? So system landscape directory, first thing first, you need to understand system landscape directory is the directory that has information about all your landscape. As the name suggested, the system landscape directory is, what is directory? Directory is a bunch of the information collected together, in a basically, usually we have like a phone book in your phone, right? It has bunch of phone numbers together, right? So that is your phone book basically. Similar to that, you combine multiple phone books together, that will create a directory, right? So if you have a directory, that means you have bunch of phone numbers, bunch of information about, your plumber, your electrician, your lumber guy, your everything, so those things basically, you have a record of everything in that directory basically. It's a combination or the record of your all the services what you are using, in your home, right?
Right.
So system landscape directory is similar to that. Basically, that keeps information about your SAP landscape. So SAP landscape, that means it will have information about your ECC. It will have information about your SCM, CRM, SAP PO, XYZ. So any system in the landscape or in your company where you are working, basically, let's say Bank of, whatever it is, I don't want to take the name. We are recording the session right now, so we will not talk the name and everything. Okay. So um, basically, any system, we have in the landscape, that is your part of your system landscape directory. So it has information about all the components installed on your multiple systems in your landscape, basically, and how those systems, and I will show you one of the example as well. Let me log into one of the server over here. So if you see, this is your ECC system, right?
Right.
In your ECC system, all these, there is a product version. If you click on see details right here, it is showing you all the components installed on your system basically.
Okay.
So when we see all these components right here, so SLD, which is your system landscape directory, keeps a track of all these components installed on a particular system, whether it's your ECC system, whether it's your SAP PO system, whether it's your SCM, Solman, anything. So all these component and their version and what their SP level is, everything is kept on basically your system landscape directory. So in this diagram, this guy knows each and everything basically, and this is very useful from SAP PO perspective, because anytime you are creating your interface, right, in SAP PO, and you have a dependency on your ECC system, for example, and you want to combine those two dependencies. Let's say you are implementing an IDOC, and IDOC is basically sitting in your ECC, and you have an interface for that in SAP PO. So this system landscape directory knows the ECC system, and it connects with your SAP PO system, connects with SLD, and say, I want to capture my dependent object which is sitting in ECC, and I want to move that as a transport from one system to another, basically, because and that could be ECC system, that could be CRM system, that could be anything basically, but all that can be bundled together because this guy knows each and every component sitting on each and every system in your landscape.
So this is kind of a source for us.
That's right. This is the source of truth for PO system, for all the components and systems in your landscape. Right. So this is keeping a kind of a. Remember, we used to get all the telephone directories.
Right. Big books. Right.
Yeah, big books. So it used to have all that numbers. For everybody in the entire city. Right.
Right.
So they're treated as a directory. Basically that is keeping a record of all the systems in your entire landscape. Right. So similar to that, this guy keeps a record of each and everything. From that perspective. Now, moving to a business systems, so business system remember, we remember these terms, SLD, business system, non-central AE, remember these terms, because when we gonna do the practical, I will show you where these components are used, and what is the significance, what is the importance of these components, when we are doing a configuration within the SAP PO. So that's the reason it is very important to keep in mind, what I'm telling you for the first day, second day, because that will be a base of your rest of the classes as well. Okay. So business systems could be your any satellite system. When I say any satellite system, so we will go back to the paint right here, and I will choose another new one, or don't save. Okay. So this is my SLD, which is, let me, SLD, we discussed about it, right?
Right.
This is my ECC system. I will type that as a E, right? This is my CRM system, CRM. And this is my SAP PO system, basically.
Okay.
I'm saying SPO, okay? SPO is connected to this guy.
Right.
And when we say business system, any system in landscape which is a satellite system to your SAP PO, in this case, SAP ECC, CRM, it could be anything else as well, SRM system, for example, or S4HANA system, right? So these are called business systems, basically. Anything where you are doing your transaction for the business, that is called your business system, basically. Okay. And SLT is connected to this guy, SLD is connected to this guy, SLD is connected to this guy, SLD is connected to your PO as well. Now SLD is basically keeping a record of each and everything, how it is talking to ECC, how it is talking to SLM, CRM. PO is going through SLD, your system landscape directory is a key component from where it is talking right now, right? That's a one way how it is talking. The second way is basically it can do a RFC connection. Are you aware of RFC connections? RFC connections, basically, those are kind of a TCP/IP connection. The TCP/IP connection means, if you go to CMD right here, and let's say I want to ping, basically, ping www.google.com, but in your case, assume this is your ECC system instead of www.ecc.com. So it is, what it is doing is it's pinging over there. So this is maintaining a TCP connection, which is your TCP/IP connection, basically. And in this case, RFC connection runs on TCP/IP. So it is telling, basically, I am pinging you. Are you available? Are you available? So it says yes, I am available. Basically, do you need something from me? So SAP PO is requesting from ECC, it will send the information back through RFC connections, basically. So that's how they talk basically with each other. And the second way they talk through is SLD. And in what cases it talks in SLD and RFC, that we will get into that, basically. Now, coming back to business systems, we covered what is the business system. It says any protocol, TCP/IP is a protocol, right? So it is talking to your adapter, advanced adapter engine. Basically, your business system is always talking to your advanced adapter engine, and that is talking through TCP/IP protocol, which is your RFC connection. Okay. Now, it non-central AAE components, they could be any non-SAP components as well. Now you want your SAP PO to talk to your SAP non-SAP system, which is your mainframe, any Java system, .NET system, any custom developed application within your landscape. So those are also a business system, but those are non-SAP components, right? So there's no rocket science, similar to business systems. These are SAP's business systems. There could be non-SAP business systems as well, which PO can talk to. And the mechanism how they are talking with each other, it remains the same. It is the TCP/IP connection. So there is nothing changing from that perspective. It is same thing, basically, when they're talking with each other. let's talk about what is inside the design configuration time. We will come to runtime. Runtime is an important component. And this is what you will be dealing with day to day in your operational type of environment. But when you are into an implementation, you will be building a lot of objects by your own, right? So both of these are important, but both of them plays a different role. Now, let's talk about your business process management, your BPM. So BPM, is the business process management that consists of your everything from your advanced adapter engine extension as well. So it consists of everything from there on. And if you see, this is assume this is you, right?
Okay.
And you are an integration expert, and which you will be after this training, because you have to work into SAP PO. So this is integration expert, and this is process modeling. Basically, what this integration expert is doing is it is asking a model service which is sitting in your business process management and the process composer to model the process. So when we say model the process, there could be, I will give you one of the example for the business process over here. And so you go to Walmart, right? You go to Walmart, this is your where you pay. So let me say this is your point of sale, POS.
Right.
And now you go to Walmart, basically you are paying over here. This system is talking to your interface. This is interface, basically. Interface, when we say, so what it is doing is it is what it is doing, it is sending the information in a file format, to an interface over here, which is your file. Excuse me for my writing, this is, I'm typing all from my mouse. Okay. Now this file is there with the payment information that customers are doing at the POS at Walmart right here. Okay. And this file is getting, basically talking to your SAP PO system. And I will explain you a scenario, but let me complete the scenario first. Okay. This guy, which is your ECC. This is your ECC. This is your SAP PO. So now this is basically a customer, right? That is you. You bought a packet of chips, from Walmart. You paid through your card over here. Your payment information is made to an interface, which is your storage, somewhere in the file format. And now what PO is doing is PO is coming over here, picking up this file, and processing that file within PO, and sending that over to ECC for the GL posting, or AR, basically, which is your account receivable, right? And you are coming from a finance background, so I'm just giving you a finance example, basically, in this case, so you can relate that to your, from that perspective. So, this is called basically an order to cash, a sub process, basically business process for your order to cash. So you made an order, basically. Now this is a sub process. This is not a complete process, but there is an order to cash. Now the customer is ordering something, basically. You have placed in payment. It is going to a file is picked up by your PO is posting that to ECC in backend. So PO is playing its own role, because you have done the configuration over here, and this file is coming from a this POS system, which is getting placed over here, which is your prerequisite. But you are processing this file within PO, and how you are processing that, basically we will see that once we have a practical example, right? Now in the ECC, once you post that, that is also be done by your PO. So ECC cannot pick up file automatically. So it's important. So PO is doing that basically from that perspective. Now coming back to your business process, if you see business composer, business composer basically is you are modeling. Let's say there is a modeling. You are modeling the business process that I'm paying, making a payment to a POS. There is a file coming in. Then you have basically your EPO that is picked up the file, and then it is posting to your ECC, right? So it is called the model service, and you are processing that model. You are modeling the business process right here, and that business process is talking with your ESR, for the content and the service builder. ESR is your enterprise service repository. But I will take a pause over here. And I'm going to ask you: are we clear on the process composer and the business process piece?
Right. So from point of sale to ECC, this is my acting right here.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the number one package, like we just completed, right?
Right. Right.
Like if somebody come to the Walmart, buy something and transfer to the interface and go from there to my final destination ECC by PO. So this whole transaction is my process composer, right?
Right. So all the transaction that is happening in ECC, that is your business process composer. You are feeding SAP PO basically, telling this is my business process looks like when the customer is buying a packet of chips. This is the series of step it goes through before the payment is posted to your ECC. So you are telling PO and you are telling the model service basically this is what my business process looks like. And that's why, as a name suggested, business process management.
Exactly.
So you can automate the business process within BPM. And within the BPM there are two new modules within SAP PO. Remember I told you basically when it moved from SAP PI to PO, the major difference was the stack. Basically from a dual stack it converted into the single stack. And there was a new functionality that was introduced at the same time, which is called business BPM, business process management, and the second one was BRM. So so this is basically a new functionality coming within your SAP PO, at the time when it got introduced. Now SAP PO can model your business processes, as you define them and you start them. So BPM runtime, let's say it says message start event. So what will trigger the interface in this example, right? So message start event, how the message will be kicked off within the PO. So what it could be. So you wanna guess before I speak?
Yeah, the process start from a POS.
Mm-hmm.
POS take to this file to the PO to ECC.
Right.
As soon as you buy the thing, the process all should be start.
Correct. So as soon as I buy something, process starts basically. But for PO, this file is the trigger point. So this file is the trigger point for your PO. Now, if I go over here and say message start event, I'm defining over here basically. So basically, I'm telling PO, as soon as you see the file sitting on the interface, pick up that file, and I will start my event forward on, right? So message started with that file basically. Interim message event, that means it is processing the file. Then automated activity, that it is connecting to your adapter engine. Adapter engine is converting that into your runtime caching. Is processing the file now, runtime caching and everything, and then it is posting to your business system. Which is your ECC.
Right.
Right. So adapter engine is you're talking to your business system. Your business process management module. This is one of the module basically. This guy is one of the module. This module never talks with your business system. It is always advanced adapter engine will talk with your business system.
ECC,
Yeah, ECC or S4. So in new terms, what we call. So once this business process is triggered, it will tell advanced adapter engine to to do its own magic in behind the scene and do the runtime caching, for that particular data, and post that data from that file to business system, which is your ECC. This completes basically starting from your POS, which is basically you starting from here. You did the modeling of the business process, you converted that into a runtime object of your BPM, then the advanced adapter engine, converted that into your runtime object, basically posting that file to your ECC. So this completes from right here till over here, basically, right? So you started with the configuration, you started with the modeling, you started with the business process, you posted that, all the massaging of that file happened over here, then posted that to ECC. I mean, that's how simple your business process management is. But it there could be a complex scenarios as well. But at any given point in time, your PO is never handling the entire process. It will only handle piece of that, right? Because it's a middleware system.
Right.
So if it is a middleware system, automatically it is gonna handle the sender and the receiver, and it will not talk to anything before the sender or receiver. It will not talk to any of these systems. So PO will never talk to this guy, right? PO will always talk to this sender and always talk to this receiver. So that's basically a thing, right here. Now we will get into a small piece over here. Let me take a look at your enterprise service repository, and I want to bring a simpler diagram for enterprise service repository. At least I can try. Just give me a moment, huh? We will understand ESR based off this diagram. ESR is very important component basically for your day-to-day activities, what you're gonna do in SAP PO. So in this one, there are two things basically, and one is your source, one is your target, right?
Right.
Then your source is making a request, which is right here. Your source is making a request, and what is happening is there is an outbound service interface. Then there is an operation mapping. Then there is an inbound service interface. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 components. We're gonna focus on these 5 components. Everything in your day to day, when you are working at your job, everything will be revolving around these um, 5 components basically, right? So you're gonna get have when you do a requirement gathering as well, let's say a new interface coming your way, and business is telling you, can you implement a new interface, which can pick up a file from here and deliver to XYZ system, right? So, or maybe it is a RESTful service, or it is a SOAP service, or it is basically any REST API basically from PO, right? Anything and everything regarding those things basically will be revolving around this concept, and what the how to do it technically, we will see that basically when we get into the system. You have a source, then you have a outbound service interface, which is your outbound service interface is always, your MT1 is your message, MT3 is your message type, right? So MT, and wherever we are using M, that is your message type. Wherever we are using D is your data type, right? So in this request, if you see, this is the request is coming to your outbound interface. Outbound service is telling basically, I have MT1, which is my message type 1 with the data type, 1. Now I'm posting that MT1 to my MM1. MM1 is my mapping, so mapping is what basically, let me give you an example. So these are the two boxes right here. You have a message, coming from your file, basically. Let's say it's divided into multiple components, right? You have multiple fields in that. So you have one of the field which is defined as character value, right?
Mhm.
You have a character value over here as well, which is called CHAR. You have a decimal value over here, basically.
Mhm.
You have a decimal value over here, you know.
Mm.
And then you have, something called your PO type. But when you want to post that to your ECC system, that will convert to PO number. Now, what I'm doing is I'm doing a mapping, basically one-to-one mapping for these fields, and that is all done basically within your PO. And I'm mapping character to character, I'm mapping decimal to decimal. But when I'm saying uh, convert my PO type to my PO number, right here, that's where the magic starts basically. We are hiding the source and we are converting the message type into a readable format that it can be read in the ECC, because
Okay.
ECC doesn't understand your PO type. It
Yep.
only understands PO number over there, right?
Okay, I get you. Okay.
So it is your third party system, which is your outside of your company, right? It is coming from some other, let's say, bank, right? XYZ bank. But this bank is telling us, I will send you a file, in a certain format only, and this is the format what they said. This format I will be sending into, and my ECC system doesn't understand the format what they're sending me. So what I do is I will do a conversion of that by doing a mapping. What my system understand is this guy, right? And what you are sending me is this guy. Now I am doing a mapping basically. Whenever your PO type is coming in, convert that into your PO number automatically.
Mhm.
No brainer. If it is coming as your character, so convert that to character, decimal to decimal. I understand same thing, but I don't understand PO type too. So I will convert that into PO number. So when my business gets into system, they can read PO as a number. Their system doesn't understand PO type, it will fail, right? If I post that. So that's the reason basically we do a mapping over here. So going back to this, basically you have a operational mapping. When you are doing a mapping, all these arrows, you are mapping a field to field, where you want to do a conversion. So if you see example number 3, which is your message type MM3 right here, you are doing one-to-one mapping, straightforward. You can do one-to-many mapping as well. You can do 2 or 3 mapping as well. You can do end-to-end mapping as well. You can do end-to-one mapping, end to infinite mapping. So there could be a case, where you can do that as well. Basically, operation mapping.
Mhm.
Use an operating mapping to relate an outbound service interface operating with the inbound service interface operations. You can also relate IDOC and RFC interfaces within entities of the same type or with the service interface operations. This is an following example, it is showing you. My outbound is outbound interface operation. Basically, I'm doing operation mapping in middle. I'm doing an operations over here in my inbound basically. So when you are doing it is messages going from your process component to process component, you are doing a mapping in between right here. So how many types of interfaces and mapping are there? There could be a synchronization communication. There could be a async com as well. You only need one mapping. What I was defining to you just right now, you can do one-to-one, you can do one-to-many, you can do n-to-one. What that means is, if it is a sync communication, we usually we call it, it is a sync interface. When we say a sync interface, a synchronization operation, refers to a request or response in one of the case that fault the message. Therefore, in general, you have to define a mapping program for both request and a response time, where you are defining a mapping program basically for both incoming request and the response what you're gonna provide to that message.
Mhm.
So async interfaces basically are those interfaces where you are sending to, let's say your PO is sending to ECC, right? And you send it and you forget about it. That's called async. But once you get the response back from ECC to PO, that is called sync interface. That means it is synchronizing basically with each other, right? So this is sync communication. Async communication is you only need one mapping program, which is
So
just
one way.
one way, right? And you do only one way and forget about it. Whether it is delivered or not, you don't care, right? So that kind of a setup is there basically. But what I will tell you is go through this operational mapping and message mapping, basically a theory piece of it. Read about the data flow editor, target field mapping, and once we do a practical, we will go through all this. But if you go through this beforehand, before we start with the practical, this will really help you to understand what needs to be done basically on that one. Now, reading through that, and then we will discuss about your describing the SLD system as well. So we will discuss about that as well. But let's go back to this guy first. Now, you have done the mapping. Now you have your inbound service interface, right? Inbound service interface is basically, as we discussed, if you're getting a response back, you know basically it is a sync interface. If it is one way, that is an async. So you are sending that mapping to your receiver system, which is your target system, and you are getting a response back from there on, to your source, that my message has been successfully delivered, right?
Yeah.
So that's basically where it is called basically sync and async interfaces, and that's how the mapping is defined within your ESR.
Okay.
So let me go back to your original. So in enterprise service repository, ESR content, so ESR content is all about how you are doing your, service mapping and basically service interface and operation mapping. So if you see import the service mapping, interfaces, operating mapping, so everything is defined over here. Now we have already discussed about the ESR, but for integration directory, I will take a pause over here. I know you have your Ramadan going on, so it's 7:38. Do you want to stop it over here? Are you okay with that, or you want me to cover this?
You could cover this. We have time for it.
Okay.
Because I'm in California, so my
Yeah.
4:38.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. So, in integration builder. So integration builder is another utility or another component sitting on top of your SAP PO. So anything basically within the integration builder, let me see if I can find an integration builder diagram as well. And there is another blog I want to share that with you. So integration Java based client, integration directory. Anyways, so the in ID you can configure a business process that you have modeled and specified in ES component. ES means what? ES means what?
The enterprise system, right?
Enterprise services, basically.
Enterprise service, yeah.
Right. So, in this one, basically, if you have modeled a business process, within your ES, then you can configure business process that you have modeled in your or specified in your ES repository. This means the following: you can set up a business process to a specific system landscape. Now, anything you are doing basically with the ES, right? In all the mapping work, all the setting up. This is my source. This is my sender. This is my receiver. This is my message type, data type. All that, when it comes for the execution, it comes into an integration directory. Whilst off, you can define a basic process flow, in ES repository as the design time. That is a communication participant for the communication with each other interfaces, data structure, mapping, exchange. So we just discussed about this one. But how ES and ID work together, I'm looking for that diagram. So I'm looking for a diagram, that would show you. I used to have one, in my repository. Awesome. This is a little bit old, but that will give you a really good one. So in this diagram, if you see, this is your ES builder and repository. So we are defining all your basically your sender receiver mapping and everything into this one, right? Once it is done, it goes to ESI, which is your ESI is your integration directory right here. But don't go by SAP XI. This is a little bit old diagram, but this gets into over here. Then it goes to your basically either to your AS web service, which is your Java side of it. In older ways, it used to go to your ABAP service as well. So let's not talk about that. But let's focus on only this orange piece and this integration. That's how integrated they are. Once you are done with your building your repository, it will push down that configuration into your integration directory. And your integration directory is talking to your SAP and non-SAP system, whichever it is in the receiver and sender basically, and maintaining that configuration. So this three systems, is giving you an example, how they work together basically with the integration directory, right? So I will pull this back, but definitely integration directory for the different installation options. Either you can do basically an advanced adapter engine extension for the integration, which is I always do that in Java. Now basically it's no longer a dual stack, so it is always an advanced adapter engine, and we have seen that in this one as well. This is part of your advanced adapter engine extended. So all the configuration, content basically will be sitting in your integration, and these systems will be talking to your runtime cache, which is part of your advanced adapter engine, and then they will be talking to your business system. So in this case, it was coming to adapter engine to talk to business system. In this case, basically from ES to ID to your advanced adapter, and then you are talking with your business systems. So in all these cases, one thing that is common is you are just going to your advanced adapter engine for talking with your business systems, right?
Right.
So that's kind of an example, basically from that perspective. But now let's take an example of defining your configuration as an integration export. You are an integration export. This is your receiver. You are defining design of your integration content, interface and mapping are done over here in ES Builder, right? ES Builder. Then you come back over here as a export. Then you say configuration of my integration content is defined over here. What you have defined as integration content, for that you are doing a designing over here, you are doing a configuration over here, execution is happening at the runtime cache, which is talking to your business system. So design, configuration, runtime cache, runtime basically object, then you are talking to business system. So as an expert, your work is basically first, you will design it, then you will do a configuration for the designing part.
Right.
Then you will do a talking of that, basically a processing of that content basically, and then talking with your satellite systems outside. Right. So that's how it works. And most of the time, 95% you will be working in advanced adapter engine extended. So in these boxes you will be working. There will be a scenario where BPM is very least implemented. BPM is not widely implemented as of now because people use EDI in most of the business process, which is your Gentrin. There are a couple of other non-SAP applications which are much more mature in those areas. So that's why they use basically there, but BPM is not widely followed or implemented as of now. But advanced for your advanced adapter engine extended, this is something widely implemented. Most of the time you will be working over here in this space, and you will be working on this space in this system landscape directory. So this completes your overview of your architecture basically, and the components of your SAP PO.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of SAP PIPO? Option A, integration server. Option B, enterprise services repository. Option C, system landscape directory. Option D, material requirements planning. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get good at integrating systems? Our SAP PIPO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP PIPO. It's like a toolbox for connecting different systems, from making sure data flows smoothly to automating processes. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages, and they are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP PIPO Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out Zarentech's website.
So this is your SLD, and in SLD, when we go to the URL, you see a landscape. The first one over here is your products, basically, right? So there is a landscape, then there is a software catalog, and then there is a development, right? So this is called your system landscape directory within your SAP NetWeaver. When we say technical systems, right here. So technical system can be anything you want to define basically within your SAP PO, which is, for example, it could be your RFC connection, which is your TCP/IP connection to your SAP ECC, CRM, SCM, S4HANA. So all that you define over here. We will get into the theory piece as well, but first understand what piece goes where, very basic of it, right? So this is your SAP ECC, CRM, everything. You can define these technical systems, and how to do that I will show you basically within the system as well. Okay. So then there is a landscape. Landscape, as the name suggested, so view and configure the groups of system. So landscape is basically you have you own a home. There is a front yard, there is a backyard. Then you do a landscaping on top of it. You put a grass, nice green grass, flowers. Then you have trees. Basically everything is collectively called a landscape, right?
Right.
So similar to that, basically we have view and configure groups of systems. Basically when you have all those CRM, SECC, CRM, and your S4HANA, Solman and things like that. So everything collectively within one group is called landscape, right? So that's a very simple definition, basically from a layman language. Now, there is a business system, which is like view and configure your business system for the use of the business process integration. So anytime you need to start with your SLT, basically, you can have your host name, port number / SLD, so system landscape directory, and the port number and your host name, for example. So then you have your business system, so going back to the screenshot, basically we have a business systems, we covered business systems basically day before yesterday when we were discussing about all your how to define a business process end to end. For example, you went to Walmart and thing, remember that example?
Right.
So you are talking with your ECC and it is posting back into your ECC system from your PO. So those kind of things basically is very much straightforward. So when you connect to your business systems basically and you define those business systems in this tab. So it can talk with your business process, can talk with your business system, which is defined within this tab. Once you click on this blue link, you can define that. But we will see that practically, and tomorrow they are committed, basically not tomorrow, Monday, basically they are committed, that they will get me SAP PO system. Then there is a software catalog. So catalog is kind of a You go to a restaurant, in restaurant you go to, basically you ask for a menu over there, right? In menu you have different type of dishes, right? You have pizza, you have burgers, fries, and things like that. So those are kind of called products. Basically you have a software catalog, and those are kind of a products what you have within the SAP software catalog, right? So the software catalog is defined basically right here, and then you have software components, which is the part of your integrants basically within how much spinach you have in the pizza, how much mushrooms, how much cheese, all that basically. So you are defining a product, and then you are defining a components within the product as well over here, right? And why we are defining it over here, because when we talk to a system, like remember I showed you these are the components in the ECC system, right? So day before yesterday I showed you there is I logged into a ECC system, and then I showed you these are the product components. So it's exactly the same thing what it is talking about over here. It is a product components basically, what it is talking. Okay. Then you have a development. So development is namespace, name reservation. Like in SAP, anything you do, basically, anything you do within SAP, like you are building a uh, let's say object, or you're writing down your own program, and that's also called an object. Writing a program is also an object. So you are writing down a program that gets into a namespace. So you have like your own address, and you live into that address basically in your house. Similar to that, basically you have a namespace instead of your address, and you put your custom code in that namespace. Okay. So it can be identified, this code belongs to this namespace, this address, right? So, and similar to that, basically, we have sim version, which is your sim instance, and this is something we don't develop. So what SAP does is, let me open up Paint over here. So this is your sim. We call it as SIM. Okay. Then you have your own development, which is your namespace, right?
Okay.
So sim, this particular piece. Oh, wow. This particular piece, sim is provided by SAP, which is what it is basically it is a package of code, right?
Okay.
And this is the standard code provided by SAP. And what we do is we install this standard package code within your SAP PO, and SAP PO, and then on top of that we can define your own object, which is your namespace, what we just discussed, right? So this particular piece of code, basically when you write it down, it has a dependency on your sim, right? So sim is nothing, it is a package of code which is standard, coming from SAP. They have built it, we install that in our system, and how to do that I will show you a sim as well, how to install the sim and how to download it as well. So once you install it, on top of that, you build your own predefined custom package, and you put that into a transport.
Okay.
Okay. So when you bundle that, you bundle basically your code, you are bundling basically everything, your custom code and sim. This is equal to your transport, which is a TP, right? Now you have done this coding basically in your development environment, and you want to move from development to QA, and then to production, right? This
Right.
is how the transport goes basically.
Mhm.
So basically you build this over here, you have your transport now. Transport is in your development, that goes into QA, and then it goes to PRD, which is your production.
Okay.
So this is what it is for. Basically, you have a name reservation, then you have a SIM and the SIM classes, which is the same thing. And how to install your SIM, and I will show you basically that SAP PO SIM. So there is a note, which we will be using.
So okay, here is another word we know there is ABAP there.
Mhm.
So what is ABAP? Is this
This is Java. This is not ABAP.
okay?
So this is
Okay.
basically Java, and this piece, what I'm showing you, is
Mhm.
very, kind of a rarely used, right?
Oh, okay.
And it is not on a very often basis, but it is a little bit complicated to understand. So I'm taking some time on this one, just to show you, right?
Okay.
So just give me a moment. I'm logging into my one of the system just to show you, and logging to this guy as well, basically. Okay, I am unsharing my screen for a minute. Okay, I'm going to put my username password, so this note is basically, tells you how to install your PIPO SIM classes of association, you know. So how it happens is once we click on this picture, right here, SIM instance, and after that it will take you to this screen, what you see in my on my this screen
Mhm.
basically. And what what it happens is basically it has, however, you have removed all the associations and everything, so you come over here, you come over here and you click on the three instance, and then you click on basically next, and you upload the file basically over here.
Whatever you
This is
develop. Yeah.
whatever you have developed, or the standard code, what it is coming from SAP, right?
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
once it is done, basically, then the same classes are installed and you can develop a code on top of it. So this is the procedure, basically, how to do it on that piece. Correct. Now, this covers your SIM piece of it. Now, coming back to your technical systems, so we will talk about the technical systems over here as well. How it works is basically, first of all, there is an SLT, which is this piece of it. Then there is a SLD bridge, and then there is a RFC server. Then there is a SAP gateway, and I will cover all of this. Remember, I told you about the RFC connection, which is your TCP IP, like you are pinging, to mm, pinging that to basically uh, your business system, which is defined in your RFC. Now, as soon as you have SLD defined, then there is a SLD bridge, so which is bridges, like, you are connecting the two pieces together, so you are connecting SLD and SAP gateway right here. So once it is done, it is the data supplier ABAP, so RFC connection to is getting connected with your SLD basically from that point onwards. Once it is connected basically to RFC connection, then your bridge is helping basically to connect to SLD. And once it is connected, you can have all the information, from SLD into your SAP PO.
Mm.
Okay. So, and one thing you can do is basically you can define the technical systems. So technical systems are application installed in your SAP landscape, like your AS ABAP system. It could be a Java system. It could be a standalone Java. It could be, non-SAP Java. Standalone Java means non-SAP Java. It could
Mhm.
be any third party. It could be a Trex search engine. It could be
Mhm.
any, PI system, which is an old school way basically to connect it. So it is, you put the username, you put the host name, port number, username, password, and boom, this is defined. And we will define one of the system, on Monday, once we have the practical. Okay.
Okay.
But today, understand what the technical system means basically, and how to define that within SLD. Now, landscapes. Basically, the landscape is collection of systems. So there are different scenarios in landscape. It represents a logical and a complex unit that contains multiple distribution components, right? So SLD offers, many type of landscapes. When we say many types of landscapes, basically those are defined landscapes by the role. By the role, basically, when we say it is administrator role, then there is a journal role, then there is a scenario based role, then there is a transport, and there is a web services. Now we will see what kind of landscape is equal to your administration or journal, but I don't have a system. It makes a little bit harder to explain, but I will still do that, try to do that at least. you know this administrator is the landscape basically that you are defining, for your administrative related task. For example, let's say you want to install a new component like a BPM, what we were seeing. My BPM is not enabled as a part of the standard installation. I want to enable a BPM as part of my system. I will go into the administration. I will search for BPM, and then I will go and activate that basically over there.
Mm.
So once I activate the BPM, then that particular BPM is telling you, that this functionality is activated in your system. Now it is ready to use.
Mm.
Okay, so that's one of the tasks basically you can do from administration. But similar to that, you can do a journal activations as well, depending upon what type of functionality you want to enable on top of your system, right? Then basically after that, you can have scenario based, right? Then you have scenario based can be BPM as well, or BRM, which is your business relationship. You can do that. Then there is a transports as well. Basically the transport example what I just gave it to you for the development. You are doing a development in your development system, sending it to QA, then to basically to your
Right.
production environment. So those
Mm.
those kind of CTS plus configuration, which is a transport setup, can be activated from here. Then if you want to activate any web service, which is part of SAP PO delivered by SAP as a standard, you can activate the web service as well, like a SOAP service, the REST-based service, so those services can be activated over here as well. But you can only activate and deactivate the things which are kind of a standard, provided by SAP in the landscape.
Mhm.
Okay, then these are the scenarios. Now we will, don't worry about it. So just if you have any questions, ask me. But I will show you, how to do it practically, and that will make things more clear for you. Okay.
Okay.
Now, business systems, we have discussed day before yesterday as well. Similar to your technical system over here, you can define your AS AS Java standalone third party system as a business system as well.
Mm.
The connection type is similar, so you don't have to do anything basically over here. So it's same username, password, and then your host name and the port number, and it will collect all the versions of the products basically. Remember we talked about the versions and everything.
Right.
So it will collect the versions of those products, all the components installed on your ECC, CRM, any type of the system you are connecting to, and it is a unit that is delivered and visible to customer and can be installed and renewed. Basically, a product correspond to a technical component. So in technical component, you are doing an RFC connection, right? Just a ping to connectivity. And
Mhm.
over here, you are doing basically your business system is doing your collecting the information about the system itself.
Mhm.
So you got the connectivity first thing, you got the business system, all the component list, so that completes the setup of your technical systems and business systems basically defined in SLD. Now your SAP PO is well aware of, what system I am connecting to, what is installed on top of it. It can see that as well. So one of the example, hopefully I can show you. Just give me a moment. I'm logging to one of the server. Let me see if I have access to this guy. There is a software components. So in this screenshot, now we have covered technical systems, we have covered landscape, we have covered business systems, right?
Right.
Now we are going to cover basically products and software components. It software component basically, what it is basically it represents the reusable format. So we were at the software components, basically products and software components. So these product versions, if you see, basically it is a collection of all version of the products. Basically, as we discussed, it is a collection of all the products, simulated into one bundle, basically, and then it is installed and renewed basically on those product levels. And how to see that, in the screenshots, basically when you click on the products over here, so it will show you all the SAP software catalog. So in this case, basically when you upgrade your system, when you upgrade at that time, your software catalog will change, because there will be some additions to the products, there will be some deletions. So SAP, whatever the standard products they have, they do report that over in the products, basically, in that case. So that's very normal thing. It's just for the information. We don't have to do anything when you are working on SAP PO. But just for your knowledge, you should be aware of where to see the products basically of all SAP, right?
Right.
So another thing is the software components. It represents the reusable module of the product. You can upgrade them and install them of the patches of them. So anything related to the products, over here, for example, is represented within the software component over here. And if the product is there, their components are also installed and you can see them. Again, this is for information purpose only. You don't have to do anything with them, while working as a developer or as a PO expert, basically. Okay. And then there is a name reservation, to avoid the name conflicts. So let's say if you have a same address like what I have, in the same row, there will be a conflict, right? There will be as my letter will be coming in and the postman will be thinking, there is a two address basically with the same name, where to deliver this letter, basically, right? So to avoid the conflict in the naming, in the SAP SLD provides the name reservation service, which is also named as name server. So name server enables reservation of the names that are globally unique. You cannot define a name reservation, as a same as what is already defined in system. Okay. So it has to be a
Only one and unique. Yeah.
Globally unique. That's right. Now again, you do that only maybe once, once you install a SAP PO and you define, let's say, namespace as sap.com, and or maybe your customer, whatever the company, let's say you are working for any bank or something, for example, and you will define that bank.com, is the namespace what you have created, and you reserve that for your code. So then SLD data supplier, SLD data supplier in this diagram, if you see, these are the name and the SIM components I already explained to you. This is the new thing what I'm telling you. SAP data supplier is going back to your this diagram, which is your, so data supplier collects and send up to date system landscape information, from your SLD. So what happens is, you have your ECC system over here, then you have your SLD over here, then you have your SAP PO system, right? So this is your PO, this is your ECC. Now this is your SLD supplier, let's say. So SLD is connected as a bridge to ECC. Now it is collecting all information, basically what all components are installed on this guy, like SAP FI is there, then you have then you have basically CRM, then you have SCM, then you have a couple of other components installed on your ECC. You are passing all that information to SLD, right? And SLD is passing that information to SAP PO, right? So SAP PO has all information, coming from your SLD, and this creates the bridge basically, which is called data supplier, right?
Yeah.
So this is SLD bridge is the data supplier, which is collecting information from ECC about its component and passing on to SAP PO, right? So this is something basically, so data supplier, which has, now if you read about it, data supplier collects the data of SAP system like SAP products, which is the components, database parameters, host name, client, and also any third party component or the product installed on that particular box. So, and it could be a data source as sap.com, or it could be something basically with the sap.com or third party, or anything that is, let's say you have you worked in finance, so are you aware of any third party components like SAP Concur, SAP SuccessFactors is there, Blackline is there, all these third party components are installed on your ECC, so it collects that information as well, right? So this, any questions, Babu?
No, no, you're good. You're good.
So this completes your SLD basically components, from that perspective. Now, how to configure your technical system and business system? We will see that, along with your single stack. Now we have three topics basically. One is your single stack, one is your business and technical system components. These three topics we will see practically, and because as a developer, as an expert, it is, for you it is important, to understand what my technical system means and business system means, and how to use these technical and business system, that I will show you, when we get to the next topic, which is interface object and ECR.
Hey there, want to get good at integrating systems? Our SAP PIPO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP PIPO. It's like a toolbox for connecting different systems, from making sure data flows smoothly to automating processes. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages, and they are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP PIPO Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out Zarentech's website.
So we will start with SLD, so last time we left with SLD on doing some theory about it, right?
Right.
Now we will continue with that in a practical, then I will switch to NWA today. So these are the two topics what we will cover, and then tomorrow we will switch on to ESR. Okay. So as I mentioned, basically, so there we were seeing a screenshot in our last class, basically. So we have a landscape, then we have a software catalog, and the development right here. So landscape means your technical systems, your landscape configuration, your business systems, that consists of your landscape basically. So when I click on technical systems right here, so that will take me to configure my technical systems on top of it. When I say a technical system, that could be a satellite system like ECC, CRM, SCM, S4HANA, anything. Now, how to define a technical system, basically, so once I click on this guy, new technical system, and what type of system I'm connecting to, whether it's a AS Java, whether it's a AS ABAP, or whether it's a standalone or a third party, basically. Most of the time, you will connect to AS ABAP, basically, right? And once you click on next, you will provide your SID, which is your AS ABAP SID. In this case, let's see if there is information about your SAP GUI. Yes, there is information about that. So let's go to SAP GUI. Let's log into this server, and then we will maintain this server as a technical system as well. Okay. So this is S4 HANA system right here. And S4 HANA system has PO user 02. Then you have a password. So the SID of this system is SI3, right? Now, what we will do is we will maintain the SID, which is your SI3, right? And installation number for this guy is how to check the installation number. So if you right click on this guy, go to properties, you will see an installation number, which is 03. So that's an instance number basically already there. Now I will maintain 03 over here. Then it is asking me what is the database host name, basically for the AS ABAP. So how to check the database name? If you go to systems over here, go to status. Over here, you will see a HDB and you will see a host name, which is BW HANA. So I will maintain my host name over here. Then installation number must have exactly 10 digit or the value initial, basically. Installation number, it is asking me installation number. So what I'm gonna do is copy paste the installation number, not the instance number from here. SI3. Yep, that's my SID. But why it is not picking up the SID? SI3. Right. It says system already exists. So we will cancel this guy and then we will search for SI3 over here and delete that. So we can maintain the new one, right? Or, we can use the same one basically, but how to maintain a technical system, you will just click on next over there, and it will get created like this basically. In this case, it is already created. If you see a database, it is the same database, so it is complaining about, so in this case, it is complaining about the system already exists. Now you see this. What was that?
I see. So those, that means somebody already exists on the system?
Yeah, there's somebody already created this one, but we can delete it and we can recreate that as well. So you have access to this system right now.
I should. I'll check after you.
Yeah, check after the class basically, but delete it, recreate it basically, and that way, in next class, if you see any issues, we will cover that. Okay.
No problem.
So in database, it is picking up all the database release version. It is picking up the system host name. Now it is picking up the client information, which is like 800, 810. Everything is maintained over here, right? Now in the message server, it is picking up automatically. You don't have to do anything. Application server is picking up automatically. You don't have to do anything. ITS, there is no ITS installed, so it is not picking up all the installed components. You should see all the installed components. Remember all these components, what I was telling you, they're part of, that's where it is picking up. When you define your technical system, it will pick up automatically all the installed patches, all the latest SP level for the CR content, everything will be picked up automatically. Now, once this is picked up automatically, so you will see a business system over here. You can add a new business system to this guy, but we will not do anything with that business system as of now. We will understand only the technical system as of now. Okay.
Right.
So then in the landscape as well, I can add, but we will not add anything. But how to create a technical system basically that you can see from here, right? So if I click on this guy, click on my next, come over here, you will fill in all the details. It will ask you for the central services, it will ask you for the application server, you know and install software, it will pick up automatically. You once it is done, you will see the entry added over here like this. Okay. Now once this entry is created, that's how you will create your technical system in your SLD. Now you will go back to home, and then you will go back to landscape. Now we will see how to define a landscape. It's pretty straightforward, no rocket science basically in that. you know Now once we do a landscape, you can define what kind of landscape type is it. Is it general? It is NWDI. So whether it's a web service, in case of web service, when you are implementing the SOAP services basically, so that's where the SOAP service is considered as web service. When you are creating your NetWeaver development infrastructure, which is your NWDI, for all the code what you are developing, you can Java code you are writing basically for your interfaces, and you want to do a transport out of that, that's called NWDI. That's a centralized repository for your code.
Okay.
If you define a journal, then it will be a journal, but you will give the name, we will give a test Babu, right?
Okay.
So expect we will not fill that, basically leave it as it is. We will create this. Now this test Babu as a landscape is created. Now I want what all systems should be part of it, right? My landscape. So what I'm gonna do is I will do application server ABAP, which I already created basically in my technical systems, which is my SI3 on BW on HANA, correct?
Right.
We just created this system, so now I want to add this as a part of my landscape.
Okay.
Okay. Now once this is added, that means now how many systems, if you have more than one system which is your development, let's say your development system was SI3. Now you want to add another system over here. Let's look for another one. So EHP8, for example, I will add this guy as well. This is my quality system. Now I will add another system over here, which is my production system, basically EHP71. We are adding as a, now this completes my landscape, basically development, QA, production, right?
Oh, okay.
Now my test Babu landscape is complete basically. If I want to export it, now I can export it, and I can go back to and import that into a QA system. Now this landscape is basically can be defined. Let me open a MS Paint over. So you have development, you have quality, then you have a production system. Now you have basically development to QA transports going on, QA to production transport going on. Now you have defined your SLD, and you have defined one landscape inside your SLD, right? This is your SLD.
Right.
This is your test Babu schema.
Right.
And in this test schema, you have development as one system, second system as QA, third system as your production.
Right.
Now, basically, if I am developing a code, right, which is my Java code over here, and I will deploy that as a NWDI, which is my NetWeaver development infrastructure.
Okay.
This is separate system. We don't have that system, so I'm just giving you an example. So once you do the coding, it is a centralized repository where all the developers, like all the experts like you, they are doing a development over here.
Hmm.
So once your development is done, you will push the code to SLD in the landscape, and landscape will push the code into development, and then in the transport it will go to QA, in the transport it will go to production, right? So that's how you move your code basically from development, QA, production, and that's the reason why we are defining the landscape as well in the SLD right here. Going back to your landscapes, once your landscape is defined, you can come out of it, then you will define the business system. Okay, so view and configure business system for the use of process integration. So once I click on this guy, I will define a new AS ABAP. I will click on next. I will say I have my system as SI on BW, right? Now I have a client 000 on SI3. My URL is this guy. So now it is asking me enter the business system name. I will say test Babu. Test Babu BS, which is your business system. I will click on, it says invalid name. Name must consist of letter, digit, or.
Okay.
Okay. Now we have removed the space. So it created that. Now, if you see NetViewer for S/4HANA, it is picking up all the installed components. So from where it is picking up all the installed components? So see, installed product versions. See, all this basically exactly this one, right? Installed product versions.
Right.
It is picking up over here. See, 16.10, 16.10 on SI and front end server. So it says front end server 16.10, 16.10, right? All these versions have been picked and it is installed product version. Now my business system is aware of what all products are running on my business system. Now, if you see the components, all these components, if you come back to installed software components, all these components right here, these are part of your software components. It is automatically picked as soon as you create your business system or the technical system, right? You don't have to do anything. It is automatically gonna pick the components. Now, if you click on next, it is asking you now business system role, define that. Basically, it is an integration server or it is an application server. Now you have to define basically an application server basically if it is a third party component like S/4HANA CRM. Now in case of if it is a Java system, where you have an integration server running on, specifically like SAP PO itself, can be an integration server, you will select an integration in that case. But in most of the cases, you will define application server over here. Now, related integration server, it is asking what is my related integration server. So it is picking up automatically. It says integration engine Java, right? So it is basically a self. If I click on next, now the business system test Babu BS has been created successfully. So this is created successfully right here. Now, if you see the integration, basically now it is connecting to your application server, which is sitting on SI3, right, on HANA, and this is connecting to integration server on SI3. Now, if you see the transport route, you can add, delete the transport route over here. Similar to this diagram, you can define the transport route, development, QA, production, basically. 3 systems you can add, and then you can import all your business system changes directly from these target groups, right? Then you have installed softwares. Everything what I showed you, basically from the software in the product version, it is getting picked up automatically. You don't have to do anything. Okay. So that's how you define your technical and the business system. It's so easy. Basically, you just need to provide the information and click on next, next, next. It is getting picked up automatically from there on. Okay.
Okay.
Any questions on this one before we move forward?
So basically, mostly when you finish technical side, other is very simple. Am I right?
Now, software catalogs. We will read about, software catalogs. We have already covered the theory piece of it. I just want to cover the practical of it before we move to NWA. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you see the products, basically the products over here, is installed on the particular server. There are product versions 7, 8 to 9 software types are installed basically on PO right now, and all that you can see it from here. This list, basically this list goes on, right? So anything you're gonna install on your PO server as an additional software component, that you can see it from your SLD, and you can see that from the product version basically. If you click on by product, if you click by product version, it will show you product version over here. It will show you vendor as well. Now, you can create any third-party components as well. Like these are from SAP.com. Remember, I told you can create a SAP.com. You can create basically Babu.com as well over here, and you can create a new component, create a new version of an existing component, create a new product and a version. So when you create a custom object, right? So when you create a custom object, you create a product and its version basically. You will come over here, you will click on new product and version, you click on next, basically you give the product name. Let's say test Babu is my product name, right? Who's the vendor? Babu is the vendor basically, right? Then what is the product version? It's 1.0, right? So if I click on next, now it is asking me instance name. I will give the instance name as well. Say it's just click on next. So it is asking basically what is the name of your software component version to the non-SAP product. If there is any. If there is nothing, basically you can leave blank. But in this case, we will just for the software Babu non-SAP. Then what is the version? 1.0, right? Once we click on finish, it will go and create the new product in your list basically. So successfully created a product version test Babu 1.0 for the instances. Now basically if you click on refresh and you click on basically test Babu, see it is listed over here.
Okay.
So now basically you will, anytime you are developing your own code, you will have your own product version basically, and any development you gonna do, basically you will be creating a new product for yourself and then you will be doing a development on top of it, right? And we will see these examples when we cover the ESR and in the integration directory, so we will see these examples, but understand the concept, why we create a product version, why we create a product basically over here, so understand that piece first. Okay.
Yeah. So you have your own product.
You have your own product. Now if I have a custom code which I want to develop and I want to write down a custom code, I will assign to my own product, not to something which is already provided by SAP as a standard.
Right.
Okay. Now you have done this basically. Now you will go back to home, so product and software components are covered, in this example. Now understand the name reservation. Now you can do a name reservation basically, for your software components, software component name. You can do a filtering on that, or you can do basically a DB field name, for example, local temp. You can create your own new naming fixes as well. But these are rarely defined So you will never encounter these ones unless and until you are doing the SLD merger with your NWDI. So disable this SLD as name server for NWDI. So you cannot have a namespace, for when the NWDI is in place. But if you don't have an NWDI in place, it is always beneficial to define your own namespace over here, basically, right?
Mm, mm.
And installation unit, so all that you can define, basically new name prefix, you can define as soon as you click on this one, you can define your own, so you can say test Babu and test, right? I will say define. So it already defined. You see it is there, right?
Mm, mm.
So you define the object server, basically used by a developer, see. But if you click on test, used everywhere. But if you see this guy, used by the developer, right?
Mm.
And who created it? Owner is PO user, because I created that from the user I am logged in.
Right.
These are the standards basically coming from SAP. So I mean, in these cases where you have to define your own namespace, and you use that namespace when you are using a NWDI for the centralized repository for the development. Basically, at that time you will create, and in this namespace you will start basically creating your own objects, creating your own prefixes, creating your own code. Now you can change the name of the object whatever you want to, but it sometimes picks up automatically, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on the scenario to scenario, right? Now, sim instance, basically this is something given by SAP. If I click on all classes, so it is nothing. You don't have to put your brain into understanding this one, but this is fairly simple. So all classes, then you have a subclasses. Basically, you have a .NET system classes. So all these classes are delivered by SAP as a standard package. And how to upload this? Once you click on the administrator right here, so it is called sim import export. So upload and download the sim model and the data. So your basis guy, the basis person, there is a basis person basically who administrated.
Yeah, the one who's admin, right?
Yeah. So your admin will do a import export and he will upload the latest version of sim, whenever he is doing the maintenance on the application side, basically.
Mm.
So that's pretty straightforward. You don't have to do anything. It is just you need to understand the concept. Apart from that, your basis guy will take care of it, from overall perspective.
Plus, if I do it, I have to do something. I have to communicate with basis, right?
Right. So if you click on administration, this is usually used by the basis guys, so you can see the logs, you can see the details of the logs. Basically, you can see the settings, data supplier, system messages, import, export, synchronization, changes, namespace, maintenance, data carrier, all this you can see. But most of the time, for you as a developer, it is beneficial to see logs. So what is happening with your product? Let's say we have created a product, which is your test Babu, which was reserved, so it is asking us, it is giving some error messages over here. So whenever you are creating anything in SLD, you are working with SLD, right? So it is important to see all the logs basically from here, because if there is anything wrong with your work that you are doing in your SLD, you can see those logs from here on, right? So you can do a component filter, you can do a display for those, you can do a settings basically. But in the component filters, for example, you have com.test Babu, for example. There is nothing, right, by test Babu. So if I click on like test, something, there is nothing basically from test as well. Now I want to see only my logs basically from sap.com, the components which are listed as .com SAP. So I will just click on this guy and I will say, what is the filter level? I want to see errors. I want to see warnings. Basically, I want to see a debug level information. I want to see basically a warnings only. So depending upon what you want to see, you can filter these, and you can put the basically refresh, and then you come to display. You will see only those errors
Okay.
or your warnings, basically based off what you are selecting over there. So as a developer, you should be aware of how to check the SLD logs. So SLD logs, you come to administration, you come to logs. Basically, you can see that from here, right?
Hmm.
Now, as a developer, you should be also aware of how to check details, information about the server. So if you click on the server basically details over here, you can see what is my SLD version level. This is very important when you're compiling your code, you are packaging your code. Basically, it is very important, right? So you need to know how to check the SLD server version. 7.5,
Hmm.
17 is the patch level, right?
Okay.
Then it is running since when? 27 days it's been running. How much JVM memory it is there? This is all for the admin basically, but still you should be aware of how to check these ones, right?
Hmm.
Now the data basically, what is my SIM component level? Remember I told you the administrator can go and import export the SIM. So once you import the SIM, you can see the SAP CR 15.8, from here. Got it? So this is how you check your version basically for your SIM.
Oh, okay, I get you. Okay.
Yep. Okay. Now, basically, once we go to data supplier, now if you see the data supplier over here, you have a couple of information. You have your data supplier as SLD, which is NUC, which is non-Unicode, and you have SLD as UC, which is your Unicode, right? And now you have the server name, which is the server name for the SAP PO where it is running. See, 820T, 820T, right? And
Hmm.
you have your gateway server mentioned for your SAP PO.
Okay.
So your SLD data supplier is this guy. So your SLD is getting a data supplied from here. Now, if you check, basically there is a server. Now, in this server, you will see how much utilization capacity is there for your CMI components. The CMI components, which is a standard code, it is this guy, 380 SIM classes. This much you are utilizing right now. This is what the hit ratio looks like. This is just for your information purpose only. Most of the time, your SAP basis guy will take care of this. So there is a JCO server. So JCO server is Java connection server basically. If I say start all servers, it's gonna start basically all servers under the JCO. And if I go and say stop all servers, you won't be able to connect to your SAP PO. Your JCO server should be up and running all the time, if you want to connect to your SLD.
Okay.
So it is important basically, that it is in the start mode always, right?
Hmm.
Now this completes basically your administration piece as well. For the data supplier system messages, these are the admin level function. You need to just concentrate on a couple of things over here, which is your, SIM level, how to import that. If you're, let's say if you're working for a customer and they are telling you, can you import a new SIM model in SLD for SAP PO? So you will come over here and you will import, right? You
Okay.
will click on the import, right? And you choose the file which you downloaded from SAP Marketplace. You select that file and then basically import, right?
Okay.
So this will upgrade the 15.8 version to 16.2, for example, which is the latest one, right? So that's one thing you should be aware of as a developer. And the second thing you should be aware of is how to check logs. We have just covered that. How to check the details of the server. Basically, we covered that. right? And how to check the namespaces. Namespace, you have covered that basically from here as well. Name reservation, right?
Right, right.
So, so these things you should be aware of. Apart from that, everything else mentioned over here, that is your SAP basis function. As a developer, you shouldn't be aware of. As a PO guy, you shouldn't be aware of, anything. But it's good to know kind of information, right?
Okay, the import, you said. So I have to before I do import, I have to save from SAP. What do you say of that one?
Yeah. So there is an SAP Marketplace, right? So if you go to SAP Marketplace, you download the new version of SIM model, right? So once you download the SIM model as from SAP Marketplace, you go and import that, and it is showing you what is your current version. The current version is 15.8, and the new version what you downloaded, that is 16.2, for example, right? You will choose the file, you will put the file name over here basically, and once it is done, you click on import.
Oh, you basically just update.
You are updating, correct.
Okay, I get
You are not taking any backup of something, but you are updating basically. Now this covers basically your SLD, so one of the key topic basically for your as a first step. We covered the architecture, we covered basically the SLD. Now so if you go to NWA, which is called NetWeaver Administration, NWA, right? So NWA is your NetWeaver administration basically. And once you see there is a NetWeaver administration piece, so you log into system, you will come over here as an NWA admin. Then you click on basically availability and performance. So and Adobe Function no longer supported. Why is that? No, it's a crazy thing. SAP doesn't support within the Chrome. Sometimes it's a Chrome issue.
So when you go to the real office, those covered by the security, right?
What was that?
If you go like at work, those covered by the security people, like
This guy?
Yeah.
No, this is not covered by the security. Usually, what happens is your SAP PO opens in a web URL, and sometimes it is not compatible with the latest version of your Chrome. So if it is not compatible with the latest version of your Chrome, it will not show you the content over here. I will not click on the performance, so that way I will directly go to your operations. At least we can cover that piece, and I will check basically what's happening with the availability and operations piece. So once we go to operations, there are basically a couple of tabs over here. One is your application server, application manager. An application manager that provides a basic management for your installed application and their functionality. So you can manage, application basically that is installed on this server. So, see, let's say, there is an Adobe document service that is already installed over here. It has some dependency issues, so it is showing you what is the runtime status of your application that is running on your server. So if tomorrow, if you see, if you're deploying a code or, your functionality is not working, you can come over here, you can check basically, what application is the status it is in. It has a dependency issues, it is running okay, it is in a fail to start status, so you can see that from here. Now, let's say your application is in start mode, you want to stop it basically. You will click over here, basically you will come over here and you will say using a default behavior, click on next, right? And you click on finish. Now your application is stopped. If you BI consumers, see, it is stopped, right? Now similar way, you want to start something, you will come over here, you will say default behavior, you will say next, basically click on finish, it will start. So anytime you are installing a application which on top of your SAP PO, which like, for example, Adobe Document Service, which is installed over here, right here, right? So it is saying your dependency issues. So what are the dependencies it has? Why it is not able to start? So I will click on the dependencies over here. It says the required functionalities. I will say dependent functionalities. Nothing is coming up over here. See, so that means this status is a false status, basically. So, and if you see the required functionalities, if I go and click on required functionalities, now I see this is partially stopped. Java Foundation is the partially stopped. So I will click on Java Foundation. Now in my Java Foundation, I will see what all is not running over here, basically. You see, there are so many dependencies which are in error reported, error reported, error reported.
Right.
Now, how to check what is the error behind it? Simply go to that, click on this guy, then you go to the Java Foundation, and you click on basically this guy right here, and you click on basically stop Java Foundation right here. This is the Java Foundation, right?
Right.
And if I go to my summary, this says Java Foundation SAP NetWeaver. So it is partially stopped, basically. Now I will go to my monitored functionality all, right? And I will go to my Adobe Document Service. I will simply go and stop it. So if I see, it is stopped. Now you see all the dependencies not started, all the dependencies has stopped as well, same time.
Right.
Now what I'm gonna do is I will do a clean start of this application. I will using a default behavior, yes, and I will do a finish. Click on refresh, right here. Wait for a couple of minutes, it should start. See, it started. Okay.
Right.
All starts on request, so everything is starting on your request. Now you see, basically, you fixed the issue for your document services, basically. Now, similar to that, you have a advanced adapter engine. So remember when I was defining a architecture to you on a very first or the second class, basically, we discussed about AAE, right?
Yeah.
So if this service is not running, that means your AAE is also not running. It's a very critical service, basically.
Okay.
Very, very critical. So what I'm gonna do is fail to start. So why it failed to start? It says basically, what I'm gonna do is I will go and click on stop. The first troubleshooting thing what you need to do is stop the service, basically. If it is failed to start, first bring it to the stop.
Stop. Okay.
And let's wait for a couple of minutes. It will come to the stop status, basically. If you see, everything is in stop status over here. So slowly it is coming to stop, basically, over here. But the status should change over here as well to stop.
Oh, yes.
Yep, this one, basically.
Right.
So what I'm gonna do is I will say start the application, only this one, or I will say restart the application. Right, so it says application restarting asynchronously. You can see the current status by refresh button. So if I click on the refresh, now it says my implicitly stop dependency failed. Okay, which is okay, better than the previous one. Now what I'm gonna do is I will go to my Java services. I will go to my AAE. I will simply say
Right.
start, and this should come to a starting mode now. It got started. Everything got started, right?
Hey there, want to get good at integrating systems? Our SAP PIPO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP PIPO. It's like a toolbox for connecting different systems, from making sure data flows smoothly to automating processes. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages, and they are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP PIPO Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out Zarentech's website.
Now I will go back to my home. Then I will go to my operations, go to my application manager one more time. Now, if you see AAF, basically it is dependencies not started. Still, dependencies are not started over here. So what I'm gonna do is basically more actions. I will say start application right here. All these dependencies one by one, one by one. I will come over here and I will keep starting these ones. That's how you're gonna resolve the status basically for your any stopped service. Fail to start, now let's say, you did everything. Now you are not able, still your services are not getting started, right?
Right.
So you click on this guy, you go to more actions, you see, what's happening with it. We see view logs. As soon as I click on view logs, it says connection refused. The connection refuse comes into play when there is a parameter not defined on the OS level. Now there is no parameter defined on the OS level. That's why it is showing you this particular status. Getting my point? So
Yeah.
that is something basically we need to ask the system installation guy to fix it, and define that parameter over here. So parameter, and after that you will be able to see the logs in the application manager. Basically, now if you see these dependencies, if I go and say unable debug logging, so it will do additional logging as well. Why it is not getting started? It will say runtime, so all these services are not getting started. I know this is something basically it's not getting started, so I will keep on starting one by one, and all these services, and finally my service will get started now. This is how you do a Java application start and stop, and you can see those logs from here. So I will ask the installation guy, to maintain the parameters so we can see the logs from here. And you can see when you log in from your user ID password as well after the class as well. Okay, but I need to contact him, so he can maintain those parameters just to see the logs. Now, how to start a service? So one thing you need to understand, there is single stack means there is only Java process running, basically, right? So if the only Java process is running, which is you see on my screen, all processes running, and this is a Java instance.
Okay.
If you see a ABAP instance as well running over here, that means system is a dual stack instance, and it will have a ABAP like SAP logon as well, basically. Not the Java, but also ABAP system as well.
Yeah, this is a dual system, right?
Correct. Now, Java instance, you will see how many nodes are there. There is only one node over here because it is listed as 52 instance number this. There is only one node running. You see that nodes one right here.
Right. Right.
So that's how you check basically a single instance and the dual stack, basically, all that. So that is something you can do. Now You can do node 1. You can, how many nodes are running. If someone asks you, so you can see that from here, right? And then if you go to Java services on top of your instance, there is a services running. You can do a stop and start of these services. These are the standard services comes along when you install it, basically, with the installation. So we were at the Java services. In Java services, basically we have this administration, all these services, basically how to stop start. So if you have any new service deployed which is a part of your standard SAP, then you can come over here, and you can see basically it is part of over here, and you can start and stop uh, based off your need. So administrator adapter, your clients, your configuration APIs, so everything basically can be started over here. So most of the time this task is taken care by SAP basis. So it's not by the PO admins, but sometimes you guys have to do it. If or you should have a knowledge about it, right? So
Right.
that's a major thing. And
So-
applications, yeah.
So when you mark on the right, you see, yeah, go on the right. When you mark it, that means is stop or is start.
This guy.
Yeah, why this is marked as a core?
So this is marked as a core because it's a core service, and if it is a not a core service of your engine, let's say adapter administration adapter, so this is a core service. Basically, you need that to run the SAP Java core engine as a single stack. If it is not marked as a core over here, that means it is not a core service. If it is stopped, still your SAP application will be up and running.
Will be running. Okay, I get you.
But if one of these applications stop, let's say core applications, then you have to make sure these are started. Otherwise, your application will not perform, as it is.
I get you. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So that's the thing. Now, going back to your home right here, then going to a configuration. In configuration, most of these things basically right here, is administration function, and I will explain one by one, what it means. One is your SAP single sign-on, which is your again, single sign-on service. Like, you don't have to put your username password and it will let you directly in. That is part of your basically a single sign-on, and that this is mostly configured by your security admins.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And these security admins are basically, usually they do integration with your Active Directory, or they cover that basically with your SPNego, so right here, so my mouse was right here. Basically, I thought you will get it, but so SPNego is another backend service, basically, which is used to integrate with your application, to create a single sign-on experience, and this is done by your security admins. Another one, over here is identity management. And identity management, basically, when you create a username, password, all that can be created from identity management. So if I click on this guy, so let's say you have users, and you want to create a new user, for example, right? And your new user can be created, from here. So in this one, basically what you can do is, let's say I am logged in as PO star. So what is our username? PO user 02. PO user 02, right? So this is the PO user. Somebody created this one, put the last name as PO. You can put the first name, last name, you can create a new user from this guy, and you can copy the existing user from here. You can do delete the user from here. You can log the user from here. Then you can generate a new password, for that user, right?
Yeah, mostly controlled by manager, right?
It is controlled by your security administrator, right?
Oh, security.
So
Okay.
right? Your security administrator will control all these actions, but as a NetWeaver PO admin, which is you or your basis admin, sometimes the developer and your basis admin do this function as well. Depends upon company to company, and they do this as well, sometimes. Now, this is a user administration, but if you want to do a role administration, which is assigning a roles. So let's say you click the search criteria as role data sources, then you have um, administrator as one of the role, right? So this is the admin role, which is defined by SAP as a standard user role, basically given by SAP. Now, if I want to check for the PO developer role, similar to PO developer administrator role, there is a PO developer role as well, right? So what you can do is you can assign this role to a user, to give that permission. But again, this is your security admin will do this function, but you should be aware of it, as part of the managing the application as a PO, right?
Mm.
So assign user, if you want to assign a user, you can do that. You can assign action, you can do a scopes, you can do a user mapping of the system, so all that functions can be done, can be done over here basically. But this is a job of your security admin, the portal developer, or the PO developer will not do that. But you should be aware of these functions, right?
Right.
Now, when we talk about identity management, in identity management, there is a users and there is a role. Now, there is a third function, which is a groups. You can create a group of administrators. You can create a group of developers. You can create a group of PO integration experts, and put all of them in the new group over here, basically.
Mm.
So all that you can do that from basically from the groups from here on. Now you can do basically built-in groups adapters. You can do a UME from a UME database. So what is the difference? So built-in group adapter, is the adapter basically that is please which is built-in group adapter. Basically, it is developed by SAP, delivered to us on a standard basis. Now there is a UME database. UME database is the database on which your application is installed. So if it is defined as a UME database group, then it is installed on your database. But if it is coming as a built-in groups adapter, it is coming from your Active Directory. It could be coming from the integration application from where you are passing on your users, roles and the groups. So it is a third party system in that case, right? Now, composite application framework authorization tool, this is a security warning. Basically, you can collect information about your errors, you can collect information about your warnings, information, but only related to user related problems, like your user is not able to log in. You have an integration, where you have defined RFC connection, and RFC connection is basically just defined directly in a, let's say there is a RFC username defined, and you want to see why it is not able to log into an application. So you will ask your security admin to come over here and do a tracing on top of that user, right?
Mm.
So the user can be traced, and that's how they will come to know basically this is the user and this is the problem. That's the reason basically they are not able to log in basically from here on. So that's something you can do it from here on. So that is again, a security admin will do that. You don't have to do it, but you should be aware of it, because tomorrow if you are running an integration and you run into an authorization problems, so you should go back to your security admin and say, I want to see the trace on this user, right?
Mhm.
So and you have a business rule access control management. So I will be upfront on this one. Nobody defined this. I have not seen anybody managing their access control by the business rules, right? And business rules are basically, but how to define it? Basically, you can have, let's say you belong to SAP FI area, and you have a specific business rule defined, so you can directly have it basically over here. And you can define the business rule over here and assign that to a particular user which belongs to SAP FI area only. So uh, the user who belongs to SAP FI area, they cannot see basically any other area basically. For example, you cannot see a data of your SAP R2R, and you cannot see the area of your AP GL. You can only see the area which you are assigned to, like your account receivable, for example, so you can see only those interfaces. But that is a too complex way to define the security in SAP PO system. So that's the reason nobody uses this kind of a methodology, within the business rules, in the authorization section of SAP NetWeaver. So it is not recommended to use this way.
Okay.
Now we will go back to basically a configuration, and then there is a trusted system. Now understand this concept. This is really important for you. There are trusted system, there are untrusted system. So what happens is basically, uh, take an example of you and me. We trust each other and we know code of each other. Basically, I know your code and you know my code basically. So we exchange that code with each other so we can trust each other basically. Similarly, your systems do a trust as well in between them. You exchange a certificate between these two systems, your SAP PO and your SAP S4 HANA or ECC, and when you exchange the certificate, basically that means, you are trusting, you are exchanging information to trust each other. So you can maintain those trust basically over here. Once you click on the trusted system, and you come over here, you say add trusted system. I will say by uploading a certificate manually, right? So what I will do is I will click on this guy, and I will say SI3, then I have my client as 800, right? Then I will take the certificate from my 800, which is my this system right here, and I will go to my transaction S trust right here. So there is no certificate over here, but you can always create a certificate, for one of these. And once your certificate is created, it will be displayed over here. What you're gonna do is you will download this certificate from here, right? And you will upload that certificate on this screen. And you click on next, and you click on basically finish. Once it is done, basically it is trusted. Now you will do the same thing for this guy. So you will go over here, site setting, and you will download the certificate from here. There is no certificate assigned to because this is a training system, so there is no certificate installed. But you can have a certificate installed over here, and you click on certificate over here. You download that and you upload that basically in this screen right here. So upload is export and import. These are the two functionality, import, export, you can use to trust the certificate or exchange the certificate in between these two systems, and they are trusted now basically. And once they are trusted, so they will appear over here, right here as a certificate name, issuer name, certificate validity, and the client and the SID. So you will see that information over here basically. Now, when you are defining your integration, when you are defining basically your interface, and you want to have a back and forth communication between your S4 HANA or ECC with your PO, then you maintain a trust over here instead of exchanging a username password all the time with all the interfaces. So you are not giving a username password because you trust each other. So you don't need a key to open a lock, because I trust you. You can come and go anytime you want. Any questions on this one? It is important for you. This one. Yeah.
So this certificate we cannot create now, but we can do it later, right?
So this certificate is something we need. Usually what happens is when your SAP basis admin is creating a system. What it is doing is basically it is uh, getting a certificate signed by a third party authority, like GoDaddy is there. Then you have your certificate assigning authority is there. So I will show you. How the certificate looks like. Yeah, actually, so it is a basis admin task to do, but I can still show you something in my. Now, if you see over here, basically, there is a lock sign, right?
Right.
Now, as soon as you click on this lock sign, there is a certificate which is coming as valid, right?
Right.
Now, in this certificate, basically, it is issued to Google, right? And it is issued by GTS. It is validity. It is showing. It is showing other details over here as well, like issuer, valid to, all that details, basically, right? So you will do a copy to file. You are exporting this certificate basically as a base 64, and you are typing a name over here basically as test babu .cer. All the certificates always this get stored into CER extension, right? You copy this one, you click on browse, and you click on give the name, right? So it is exported now. The export was successful, right?
Okay.
So your certificate is exported. Now, you will come back over here. You will say, I will upload the certificate manually. I will go over here and I will just point to that certificate. I installed that on my local machine, but we are on server right now, right? So we click on
Just
that
upload
file.
it.
Yeah, we just upload it and we click on finish. So it will take the trust basically between the system now.
Okay.
So your system is trusted now this way.
Mhm.
So that's how you do it. But going back to the screen one more time. Now you have a subject DN issuer basically, who issued the certificate. I just showed you that information, right?
Right.
And validity of the certificate, everything will be published over here in one line, and it will show the system name who you are trusting to basically. So that's how you are trusting it. But most of the things, since we are in a training environment, we cannot replicate those production like scenario, I will say. But you can what was that?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. So those things basically, when it comes to practical, in production, it is pretty straightforward that way. Now you have a SAML browser, which is again, it is a SAP basis admin will take care of most of it. So SAML browser is basically you have a single sign-on installed, and in single sign-on you have a partner keys. Every time I gonna log in, let's say I go to 8 my domain XYZ. Now I go to my NWA, right? NWA, right? And boom, it is not asking me any username password, right? So that's how the single sign-on works. But if I go to my incognito mode, it is asking me for my username password, right? So if this is not working, you will not see the session, partner ID over here. Basically, if it is working, basically it will show you a partner ID from which this single sign-on user has been logged in. inbound partner and there's an outbound partners basically. These keys are defined basically with the inbound and outbound partner depending upon what type of your interface it is. There is an inbound, there is outbound, right?
Right.
So depending upon that, these artifacts will be populated over here. So remember the first day when I was showing you the architecture, it was talking about what is the incoming and the outgoing interfaces looks like, right?
Right.
So that's what it is talking about over here.
Hmm.
Then you have a web service security SAML. So these SAML asserted systems basically, they have a UI configured, which is a single sign-on, and they issue a logon ticket. But these logon tickets are only issued to a services. So if the user is coming, it will be a partner key. If the service is coming, this will be a logon ticket UI.
And this is your temporary, right?
This is temporary, and this will go away as soon as your basically connection goes away.
Okay. The login ticket.
Yes,
But the other one is stay with that, right?
right. Now, talking about your troubleshootings. Your troubleshooting is your Java, your database, your logs, and your Java services. Basically, it's most of your system performance stats, basically how your system CPU, memory, those things are doing. This is basically your again SAP basis level task. So this is on a daily basis. They check how my CPU is doing, how my memory is doing, what is my system information looks like, what all components are installed. This is the component level information, and all these components are installed on my Java system. These are my components name, these are the version names, these are the publisher of that component. Now this is pretty straightforward, from overall perspective. You can export that to spreadsheet. These components are installed by SAP basis. You don't have to do anything, but when it comes to your code is not working or something is not working basically, then you need to check which component is installed over here, which component is not installed over here, all that. So you need to check that basically, right?
Okay.
But this is straightforward. Once you come to component info, all these component infos are listed over here basically. Now in the system information, you have your database, you have your SCS, then you have your instance basically. Database, SCS, instance, basically SCS means your central services. You have your database installed for this one, then you have your instance installed for this one. If you have another node, we have seen there is only one node installed on this single stack, right? So if there is any other node, that will be shown over here as well. That will be 53, and there will be another line over here basically. So that's how you identify what is installed in my database, what is installed in my SCS, what is installed on my node basically, and it is showing you all the information, which is most relevant to your SAP basis, guys. You can see the memory parameters from here. You can see the VM system parameters over here. You can see additional VM parameters from here. These are very important for you as well when it comes to, let's say, you have a code that you have written, and you have an interface basically, that where you have defined the mapping that is consuming a lot of memory now, and your memory parameter is only defined up to a certain level, which is your heap size of 4096. If your integration or the mapping wants to consume more than 4096, it will not be able to consume, it will bring the system down.
Right.
So, you have to make sure you check the heap size of the new system. If you're working on, let's say, in your parent company where you are working, you want to make sure what is my heap size looks like, what is my CPU size looks like. Based on that, you will perform the actions, right? So these heap size and CPU parameters, either you can go and ask your SAP basis admin, what it looks like, or you can come over here and you can check that by your own as well. So this is nice to have information, but you should be aware of this information before defining your code or the integration in the system. Now, going back to your troubleshooting one more time, there is another thing basically which is very important. You have seen, system information, you have seen the performance stats, basically how to see it. Then there are locks, right?
Okay.
So locks are exclusive locks, then there are shared locks, there are exclusive non-cumulative locks. So these are the two type of locks what we can have on system. Like for example, if I am logged in to the system, it says uh, PO user 02. I don't have any lock on system, right? So you see there is an internal locking, there is a transactional locking. So when it comes to internal locking, internal locks are basically let's say
All day.
for example, you have your um, mesh technology, so let me draw that for you. Might not be aware of the mesh technology, so um, so what it is, and so this is your Java system, right?
Mhm.
In Java system, when user number one logged in, one, user number two logged in, user number three logged in, and there are 100 users logged in this way, right?
Right.
So each one of these user will hold a lock on system, right? And once you logged in, that means you are consuming one thread. So one thread is consumed on Java. So when we say one thread is consumed, that means you have your lock on this on top of this thread basically. You have user number three logged into this thread, and this has a lock over here. User number two logged in, you have a lock over here. These are the user locks. Now we have a internal locks basically. You have this thread, and this thread is calling a dependent thread as well, like a dependent services what we were seeing, or the dependent application, right?
Right. Mhm.
So it has dependent threads, 1, 2, 3. So basically three dependent threads are there now. These three dependent threads are basically usually called as 1, 2, 3, and they are called basically as dependent threads which are called internal locking,
Okay.
similar to what we see in system now. Internal locking, see,
Oh, okay.
internal. So these are the internal locks. Now you can have a similar type of locks basically on your um, database as well, right? These are the application level. Now you have a database over here, and you have one thread created by user three, and user three is calling your database as well for accessing some information, on the table level. It is creating another database thread over there. Now it is called the database thread, DB thread, and that is called the DB lock. DB lock, right? So if you go back to this, you will find internal locks, then you will find exclusive non-cumulative locks, and you can find database locks as well. Right now, we don't see, there is a transaction lock as well, which is a database lock, kind of a database lock. So this is something very much, from overall perspective, this you can see. Now, if you see message processor DB, right? Right here.
Oh yeah,
So
MBT. Uh-huh.
message processor, DB, these are the DB locks basically,
Right.
right?
Okay.
So there is a transaction lock, there is an internal lock. These locking and everything, they are represented by your user when they log in into system. And now there is a possibility that your application, is logged. You are running an interface, and your interface is logged now, and it is complaining on the screen basically with the error message. Your internal session is logged. So what you're going to do is you will come over here, and you will find out the user, from which your application is running, and you will click on remove lock, right?
Okay.
So once you remove the lock basically, or you will go and ask your SAP basis admin, I want to remove a lock. and they will remove a lock on behalf of you, basically.
Hmm.
So this is something, when you see a integration, when you see there is a interface, basically, which is not running, and that is giving you a locking error message, basically. So you can see that.
Okay.
Correct. So that's what the locking looks like. Now, going back to your troubleshooting.
Uh-huh.
Troubleshooting, basically, message server and everything, these are basically admin level functions, purely admin level functions. So I will not get into these ones, because these are not a developer related functions at all, right? So these are mostly now. Tomorrow we're gonna see advanced troubleshooting, and then we're gonna see basically logs and traces and the databases. So in troubleshooting, we will see a little bit more further, how to do a troubleshooting when your interface is misbehaving, or you have a problem with your interface or something. We will see that thing. Okay. We will also cover ESR, or maybe DIR, right? So your ESR, which is your enterprise service builder, and your integration builder. So I will cover these two topics only single day. So tomorrow we will cover the advanced troubleshooting. Then we will come to these two, and one single day. And this will be, go these two topics goes hand to hand. And we have already discussed about SLD, system landscape directory, and then we will talk about the configuration and the monitoring piece of it, and the testing tool at the day after tomorrow, basically. Okay.
Okay.
That will complete your, from a PO perspective, how to do a mapping, how to do a integration. Then you have seen all the admin level functions, the security level functions, SLD, and then, as well as your primary architecture and the introduction. So do me a favor, basically, so what we have covered today, log into system, go through that one more time, basically, by your own. Any questions related to that, I will answer that before we start with the new topic.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard adapter type in SAP PIPO? Option A, File FTP adapter. Option B, JDBC adapter. Option C, RFC adapter. Option D, ERP adapter. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get good at integrating systems? Our SAP PIPO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP PIPO. It's like a toolbox for connecting different systems, from making sure data flows smoothly to automating processes. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages, and they are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP PIPO Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out Zarentech's website.
If you see, we discussed about this integration server, ESR, and we discussed about SLD on the second class, and just to recap a little bit furthermore, then we discussed about a couple of examples, how the channels works for the IDOC and XROC, right? So these business system, what is their role and everything, we discussed about that. The only piece what we have not discussed about till date is your runtime cache, and what is the significance of the runtime cache, basically, right? So apart from that, any topic you want to touch into in depth, out of ESR, integration directory, or integration server.
So mostly we put all the information to ESR, right?
That's correct.
And
so
from that we get connected with ID.
That's correct. And if I log into this server, let me show you couple of things, basically. Remember, we discussed about the operations, about the application manager services, basically, in our last class. Then we discuss about the database and jobs, right? The configuration. Do you remember all these options or no?
These option I kind of forget, I think.
Remember I showed you about, how to start, stop the services within the
Yeah, I know
configuration.
that part.
Yeah. So we will talk about the configuration, today, basically. So this was the last time when we were discussing about, your services. Remember there was a single stack, what I explained you about the single stack. There is only one Java node, right? Then we discussed about the Java services, how to start, stop, right?
Right, we did.
And then for the Java applications, how to start, stop, and how to check the dependencies as well for these services, right?
Yeah.
So we discussed about all that in how to see the logs, how to start, stop, all these options we discussed on the last time, right?
Right.
Now, basically, let's talk about operations. You know, in operations, basically, you have data and the databases. So anything related to your database, so we talked about the system, which is your start stop application, application manager. Now talking about the database, which is on your POS running. So you can see ILM store browser, which is your information lifecycle management store browser, right? ILM, information lifecycle uh, management browser, basically. So for this, I need a special role. So I will assign that role to myself in a minute. Let me show you the security feature of that as well. So it's called user management experience, UME. So identity management, under identity management, you will go to overview.
Okay.
And you will enter the username, basically, which is your PO user, right? So what part of California you are in?
I'm here by the Tracy. Have you been in California?
Yeah.
By part of Tracy, Modesto, Central Park.
So near
like
to
70-80 miles from San Jose.
Okay, that means San Jose. So you are away from Los Angeles, basically. Okay.
No, Los Angeles almost 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, gotcha.
We are going to close to the San Francisco area.
San Francisco area. Okay, got it.
Mhm.
Okay, so operations. We will come back to it. For the databases and everything. Tomorrow, because I need to take the access for these things. But for the configuration, so these things are important, right? So the first one is single sign-on. How to configure a single sign-on within your PO server. So if you click on this guy, so there is an option for login modules. The login modules, is basically SAML. So if you see SAML 2 login module, which is you need to enable, once you click on this one and then you click on edit, you click on add basically over here, then you add the metadata directory, right? So how the single sign-on works is, let me show you through the paint. I will describe you while drawing that. So this is your PO server, right?
Okay.
This is your IDP, which is your IDP. What it stands for? Identity provider. Okay, and this is called SP. This is called SP, service provider, right? Now, service provider and IDP should be talking to each other.
Mm.
So it is a two-way communication. What happens is basically you do a certificate, cert, which is called certificate exchange between these two. Okay, that's your first point. The second point you do is metadata exchange, right? So what is metadata? Metadata is data about data. So for example, you have your name, address, your user ID, all that is part of your metadata. So you are taking that file, XML file from here, right? And you are uploading that into SP. Then you are taking a metadata file from SP and you are putting that in IDP. So this guy will exchange file with this guy will exchange file with this guy, basically. Okay. Then the second thing what we do is certificate exchange. IDP certificate will be uploaded to a service provider. Service provider certificate will be uploaded to IDP. So now once your certificate and metadata is exchanged, now you have basically a trust in between these two. Like you and me, we are saying hello to each other, right? So we said hello to each other in the similar way. IDP and SP is saying hello to each other. They are exchanging hello as a word, in between themselves. Now they know each other. They trust each other, basically. Now, basically, I will go back to this server. Now, what I will do is I will add the new login module, which is I will say, this is my SAML, SAML2.o. Okay. And I will set the value as true. And I added it. Now I will go to module basically, which is this guy. I will click on save. Okay. So once I click on save, then I will go to login module use, right? So over here, if you see, there is an IDP redirect. You see, I just explained you IDP, right? What this means, IDP redirect is as soon as the request come to this guy right here. So let's say you are the PO expert, right?
Okay.
You will go to your Java application, which is this one, PO. So you will not put your username, password. You will do single sign-on. And what SP will do, SP will take that request to IDP. It will say Babu is a valid user. IDP say yes, he is a valid user. Then it will send the request back to SP, stating that yes, Babu is the valid user, and let him log in to the PO application. Now you are logged in to PO application, right? So because there is a trust, you have exchanged the information in between IDP and SP. Now as soon as you come to Java application, it is redirecting you to IDP right here. Okay. As soon as you are being redirected, it will ask Babu is the valid user. The IDP will say yes, he is, and you will be logged in basically from that.
Okay.
Now you have a SAML login module. So it works as the same thing. It is a older version of SAML. This is SAML 2 right here.
Right.
This is a SAML 1 basically, which is an older version. So it works in the same way. So the configuration for this one remains the same. Now we will go to the properties right here. I will show you how to upload the metadata file as well. Now over here, if you see, so you have general properties, you have basically ticket based properties. Now you can define what type of authentication you want. Authentication means, what type of login you mean, how you can come in. Either you go with the basic is username, password, right? Same way how we log into systems. Then there is a SAP J2E engine, which is a ticket based system again. So ticket is just a remember, so you get onto the bus and you will purchase a ticket, and then you are authorized to sit into the bus, example. So same way, you have a ticket for the PO application to access. So as soon as you click on ticket, basically the ticket will come into play. So what happens is it will exchange the ticket and it will exchange the information about your user credentials, which is your username and the password. Your username is Babu, that is getting exchanged within this ticket. Ticket has that information. Then you have your password on top of it. Okay, following me?
Yeah. So it is like authorizing clearly.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. If you have any questions, stop me in between, so before I go too far. Okay.
No, you're good.
Now, this is the ticket-based system where you want to, change basically the first method how you can log in. Now, the second thing in this configuration, you will leave everything as it is. No changes at all, unless and until you want to make a log out, log off redirect as well. It says UME log off redirect silent. If you want to log off, then you click on this check mark as well, basically, and say, yes, I want to at the time of when I click on log off from here, it should take me out of system and redirect me to UME log off redirect silent mode. Okay, so that's an option, one of the option basically to consider, but it's very rarely used in production. Nobody uses that because SAP logs off anyways in a silent mode. Okay,
Okay.
then I will go to log on policies basically right here. I will cancel this guy. I will go to log on policies. So you can have your own login policies, over here. What you can do is basically you can have logon policies and you can create your own rules. What your logon policy means, um, let's say you have a user, you know by the name of Sam. you know you can mention by the name of Sam. The user cannot log into your portal, this portal where we are logged into, and I can maintain that basically over here. For that, what I need to do is I will just click on active, activate this guy. Then I will say, name of this policy as Sam, for example. And then I will add the rule, for this policy. What the rule means is you can add Sam, you know, mm, no login. Okay.
Okay.
You will add a condition, and condition is allow or deny. So you can deny because you don't want the Sam to come into. Then you can define user, role, group, anything out of this. If you define IP address of your machine and you will deny over here, that means you cannot log in from your machine. I can do that, but I'm giving you an example for the user. And condition type is if the user is coming as named by Sam, right? So that's a condition type. I will mention over here, modify my condition type, login, it is asking, so I will say Sam. So I will do that. It says user not found because the user is not there, right? So we will mention this user, but we will not save that. Otherwise, we will not be able to log in. So I will mention this one. I will say, okay, see, it has taken this user because it's a valid user now, correct? And as soon as I save this, your policy is there, and your policy after that, your user cannot log in by the name of PO user 02. Okay. And you can do the similar way with the role. You can do the similar way with the time, HTTP header, or IP address. If I mention my own IP address over here, for example, I say IPv4, you know, 10.168.19.1, right? And then slash whatever the port is. So I will click on OK. So this IP cannot log into the system now, and I am maintaining that policy over here. But I will not save that. I will just cancel it basically. Okay, so come out of it. That's an authentication. You can block it. Now, for SAML thing, remember I was telling you you have to exchange the metadata, right?
Right.
So over here, once you click on enable SAML 2.0, and what you're gonna do is you will mention IDP as a provider name for your company IDP. Then you will come over here. It is asking you, for the signing key pair, which is your certificate. This thing, certificate, right?
Okay.
So you will go to signing key pair. You will go to encryption key pair. You will upload the certificate over here, and it says include the certificate in signature. Once you do that, you click on next, basically over here. So there is no certificate entry. So what it is doing is, asking us to create the certificate. So I will not create anything, over here because we don't have that certificate in our hand. So I will not create anything, but I will uncheck this one, uncheck signing metadata, and go forward just to show you the next screen. Let me go and create a certificate. Let me see if I have authorization. I want to show you something. So let's not store. Here is the SAML key store. I don't have access to create this guy. Wow. Key store access. Okay. I will ask for this access as well. Then I'm not liking it. So as soon as you click on this guy, basically mentioning the IDP as a name, it will ask you for the certificate. That's the first thing. As soon as you click on next, it will go to the third screen where it will ask you to exchange the XML file. This guy.
Okay.
So the first we are doing a certificate exchange. Second we are doing a metadata exchange. So it will ask you metadata file, and you will put that. Click on finish. Your SAML configuration is done. You don't have to do anything else. So that completes your SAML configuration in the authentication piece. That's the one way to configure your single sign-on. The SAML configuration is the one way to configure, and the second way to configure your single sign-on is through SP-Nego. SP-Nego is another mechanism, by which you can configure your single sign-on in SAP. It's not only limited to your SAP PO portal or anything, but you can do that with any web service, HTTP service within the SAP. Now, how to do that? So SP-Nego, similar to SAML, over there you were doing a XML exchange, but over here you have a key tab file. So how the key tab file works is, we will go back to this guy and I will open a new one. Don't save. Now this is your PO server. This is your Microsoft AD, Active Directory. Have you heard of this?
Yeah.
Okay. This is your PO. Now what we do is we do key store key tab file, key tab file generation at the OS level of Microsoft AD, right? And key tab file SAP SP-Nego. So it will bring you creating a key tab for the Kerberos based authentication. So I will mention this guy. So over here, if you see at the OS level, it is asking us to go to SLL directory, right? And then it is asking us to set the secure directory variable in the Microsoft Windows. You are setting up the this parameter, set secure directory and the directory instance name, basically. If it is a Unix or Linux based system, then you are setting up the environment variable, set env, which is your environment variable, secure directory name, basically, right? Now, if you are doing it for Microsoft Windows, you will go to this path and you will put this command, key tab -p, all this is, you don't have to remember all this, because this will be on this page, and that I've already posted that. Okay. Now, Linux, in Linux, you have this way, and you can do @example.com, which is your putting the username, password, and your SAP service name for which your service is running. Now, this part is usually done by your SAP basis guy, not by SAP PO. Okay, so you don't have to worry about it, but you should be aware of how things work. This is part of your training, so you should be aware of how things works. But anytime you need help as a PO developer, you should go to your SAP basis person and tell him, this is what I would like to do, and he will provide you this file to upload that into the server level, which is right here. Any questions, Babu, so far?
No, this is clear.
Okay. So you will upload that file over here. You click on next basically after uploading the file. Let me put the dummy file over here. So it says, the file keytab file is not valid, so it will not go forward. Then what it do is on the next step, it is asking for realm. Realm is your domain name, and that information will be provided to you by the SAP Basis guy as well. And most of the time, they will help you to set up SPNego, if you are a PO developer. But if you are a SAP Basis, then you should know about this thing as well. Okay. And once you click on Realm, it will ask you for the user mapping. In keys, you can click on next. There is nothing to do. Then user mapping is, you are asking basically what if you come as Sam, should I allow you to log into SAP PO or not? So that's a one way to do it. The another way to do it is you are mapping the user. Sam is called Bob, so you can mention so if the Sam is coming, map that user as a Bob and let him log into the system basically. So that's a second way to do it, and you can do the user mapping, and it's very rarely used. Nobody uses that. So you click on finish after key tab and realm is defined. Step number 1 and 2, you click on finish basically, that's done after that. So that's one way to do your SPNego single sign-on, SAML single sign-on. That's another way. And the authentication, which is your basic authentication, that's a third way to do it basically. So you covered the single sign-on basically for the SAP PO, but you should be aware of these. But you should not be doing this because the SAP Basis guy will do that for you. Okay. Now I will go back to home, go to configuration. Then there is an identity management. This is your SAP security guy usually do that, right? But you should be aware of this because at the time of channel operating the channels in SAP PO, there could be a possibility the user is locked, or it requires authentication, for specific action. At that time, you should be aware of what should I go and ask my security admin to do, right? So in identity management, there is a tab basically right here. You can have users basically. I can search users like PO. I will type it, so it is nothing is coming. There is no PO user. But if I go and type the user from which I'm logged in right now, let's say PO user 02, right? So this is my PO facility. I know this user was created, this user was account information, it was created on 21st June, account creation details, end details, basically who created that, what is the reason for unlocked, who unlocked it last time, all that details is coming over here. What is the contact information for this particular user? What is the additional information for this user? How many roles are assigned to this users, so you can search the roles as well, over here. Basically, if you know the role names, so you can come over here. So these are all the roles basically that are standard roles available by SAP when you install it. So I will keep this one as well for your reference. These are all the roles basically. Let's pick this one and go over here. So let me search this role, for example. This role doesn't exist over here, right? So it says the role doesn't exist, but what we can do is let's put SAP only. There is no role for that. I will say UME database, and I will search for administrator, admin. So I am getting all the admin roles, but I don't see administrator over here, right? Only administrator role is not there. So don't know why it is not there. But usually it is part of your super admin group. So once you go to any role, you click on show details. Once it is showing you details, it will show you what is the UME ID for that role, what is the assigned group, what is the users, all the users assigned to this particular role, what are the actions assigned to this one. So you can modify this role, standard role as well, but that is the security guy who should do that. Once you modify it and then you add an action to this particular role, basically, you click on modify, you click on basically an action, you click on basically go, you can add that action to this particular role, like custom role designing, you know so you can do that custom role designing basically from assigning the additional actions to a standard role. That is one way to do it. Or what you can do is you will cancel this guy, go back over here, modify, and then you can create a new role as well over here. Basically, new role, how you will do that: copy to new user, copy to users, basically. Or you will click on roles over here, then you can do create role right here. A custom role can be done as well. So you click on the custom role and create the roles basically over here, if you have to do it. But this is also done by the security guy, you don't have to do it. So just be aware of, you can ask for a custom role as well if you have any channel which requires HR related data, right? So in that case you can go and ask basically, I need this particular role to be there. Okay.
Okay.
Now the another one is, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm good. Yeah.
So another one is groups, so you can see the groups as well, basically from here. You have administrator group, you have anonymous user group, and you should assign each and every user to these groups basically. If it is an admin user, that will automatically assign to a administrator user. If you have a user which is a temporary user, you can assign that to an anonymous user. If you have another security user, basically you can assign that as a authenticated user. You know, and if it is a general purpose user, so you can assign it to everyone. So these are the groups basically, but you should be aware of all these options. Now you can do an actions as well. All these actions basically are there. So let me display this result first. So you can uh, create a new actions as well, as we discussed in a custom role designing. But these actions are already there. Basically, you can see the action. For this one, SAP J2E engine upload. This action is for the uploading the XML file, or maybe your channel is doing an upload while it is running. So that is where it is being used. So you see, this is an action, and you can define run as what service. Remember, we looked at the services. So this particular action is running under JMS underscore service action basically. So all these actions are defined basically as a standard, as a part of your services. Each service own these actions. Now it is important to understand this concept, because once we go to channels, we will talk about how to use these ones, right?
Okay.
Now there is a trusted systems basically. Trusted systems are basically how, remember the business systems.
Yeah.
So in the business system, you can exchange the certificates. What you can do is you can upload the trusted query. You can, by uploading certificate manually, by querying trusted system. So you can upload that everything over here, right? So it says show SSO certificate, show SSO configuration. So that will take you to the SAML configuration. But you can upload the certificates manually over here as well. Simple. By querying the certificate or by uploading the certificate manually, so you will give the SID name, which is your, let's say, P02, right? And the certificate name is P02 cert. Choose, you will upload the certificate from here. Click on next. The certificate is uploaded over here. So you will see one of the entry coming over here for the trusted system. So
So who
that
gives
is,
those certificate?
huh?
Who gives those certificate? Who release those certificates?
So certificates will be coming from your basis admin,
Who's that?
So remember I showed you these certificates, basically how to see those certificates from here. So if you go to, let's say, SAP right here. So you can see the certificate right here, right? So this certificate, what I'm gonna do is copy to file, and I will click on next. I will click on base 64 or DER based off what format I want to export, and then I will browse, and then I will click on desktop, and then I click on test, and then I
Yeah.
click on save, basically. Then I click on next. So finish. Export is done. That's how you export the certificate. But you don't have to worry about it because your basis guy will give you a certificate. You just need to upload that over here. Okay.
Okay.
Now this covers basically your SAML and web service. For the SAML, we have already covered these two things. We single sign-on with SAP logon tickets. That's the only with the logon tickets. If you want to do that, when we have already covered these two tabs in a SAML configuration in the previous screen in the authentication piece. So if you go back, go to configuration, then you have a SSL, single secure layer. Sorry, secure layer is one of the thing. Basically, let's see, there is a name for this server is 820.mydomain.com, right? And there's the instance number 52. There is a host name 820t. So this has already, in this instance, has already had a server. Now, if I click on edit, I will click on add, so I can generate a certificate for this, on the port number. Let's say port number is 433, or I will say 55200, right?
Yeah.
This is the port number right here.
Mm.
So I click on add. It says port 5520 already in use. See, it is giving you an error message because the port number is already in use. Now it is asking us to use a different port number. I will give 8080, right? I will click on add. It has taken that, basically, that certificate. So the certificate is taken, and now I click on save, basically. Now I have created a certificate. Now it is asking me, do you want to restart your application? If I click on restart application now, it will restart the application and this certificate will become valid.
Bacteria.
Yeah. I will say restart later, so we are not restarting this one. So just to show you. So that's why it become red. As soon as I restart, basically it says SSL port 8080 not active. So as soon as I restart, basically this will become green actually. Then there is the SSL credentials, basically private key generated. Now you have a certificate for this server enabled. That's how you generate your SSL certificate, for the PO server itself. Now, these are the destinations, like RFC connections. See, you are going to this particular IP, this is the SID, this is your client, so all that basically is defined. Log on, log on is there, you have put your basic password, username, password, in connection. So all that, it is the connection type, RFC connections, basically. TCP/IP connections. Remember, I told you about initially, RFC connections. So all you can do is you can come over here, click on create. If it is a local Java system or a BAP system, then it will be shown over here. You will mention the destination name. Let's say test. What is the destination type looks like. It will give you options. What HTTP, RFC, ODBC, JDBC, you will do HTTP most of the time. But if you are connecting to any database, your channel is connecting to any database. It could be ODBC, it could be JDBC as well. Remember this, because this will be very useful when we discuss about the channels. Okay.
Okay. So this is all the channels you mostly use, or this is the
Correct.
one from?
That's correct. All the channels, will be using either HTTP or ODBC, JDBC, or RFC connection.
Yeah, I think I did a HTTPC, RFC, and JDBC. That's mostly I used.
Exactly. So all these connections, once we go to channel, it will be much more easier for you to understand all the
Okay.
screen. So once you understand all this, how it runs in a background, then in the foreground, what is the channel is the easiest part, because you already know that. What you don't know is basically how it is running in the background, right?
Right. The connection. You're right.
Right. So you will define those connection over here. You will say next, basically, then it is asking you what is the set for the application, what is the client, what is the language, and then the URL. And it says ignore SSL certificate, or you can do the SSL certificate from the key store. I will say a key store, and then I will go to, let's say, trusted CA. Trusted CA is my key store, my certificate is there. Or it says, ignore the SSL certificate. You can ignore the SSL certificate as well, while connecting to third-party application. Now, if you go to next, basically it is asking you what type of authentication you want. You can do a authentication basically based on the ticket. We already discussed about the ticket. We discussed about the basic username, ID, password. We discussed about login tickets as well. You say no authentication, then you click on finish. It is created. The test connection is created. Now you will come over here and say ping. So it should be pingable. But in our case, we don't have a URL given over here, so it is not pingable. But let's try with another one. That should be pingable. So we tried with XI iDoc destination S4 HANA. So it is pingable, right? Now, certificate and keys, this is the, so in this key store, what happens is basically all the certificates, remember I explained you how the trust is built. So you have one system which is SAP PO, second system is SAP ECC. This is your ECC, right? This is your PO. When you exchange a certificate in between these two,
Right.
then the trust is built. Now, in the previous screen, this is the exchange certificates basically. So if you see for the SAML, we have a certificate. Then for the SSL key store, we have a certificate. We have SSL certificate, what we just created for the SSL credentials. Remember, we just created where we have not restarted the server. So
Right.
that's what the certificate you are looking at right here, but it is stored in the key store. All certificates are stored in the key store basically. So you need to come over here in the key store and look for the right directory under which you have a certificate stored, and you will look at it, basically identify the certificate just for the information. Most of the time, you will come over here when they are getting expired. This one is getting expired basically October 20, 2013, right?
Okay.
So not 2013, sorry, my bad. Thursday, October 20th, and the year is not mentioned. So what you will do is you will come to validity period and you will see over here. So this one is already expired certificate. 20th October, yeah, 2005. That's right. And once the certificate is expired, you need to delete this one and upload the valid certificate with the valid validity time period. So that's your job, or sometimes SAP Basis will do that as well for you. So we will go back to the configuration. Now, virus scan provider, You don't have to do anything with this one. This is for the virus scanning. If there is any virus or something, then it requires another system which is not part of SAP PO. This is requires a separate licensing as well. Okay, so I will not get into it, but this is just to let you know, this is for the virus scanning for the messages that will be flowing in, or the files that will be coming in to SAP PO, or it will be sending to other third-party systems. Now I will go to troubleshooting, but I will show you channel screen as well today. Before, so here are the communication channels, right?
Right.
You get into communication channels and you will see all channels. You click on go. So all channels will appear over here. Now, if you see, the channel and the status of the channel, short log, control data, processing errors, basically anything related to the component, RFC connection, namespace, receiver, or it is a sender channel, receiver channel, everything is mentioned in the channel monitoring, right?
Okay.
Now you can ping the channel as well just to see it is responding or not. It is not responding, it will give you error messages over here. So this is the basic of your channel monitoring. How to create a channel as well, I will show you, but not today. That we will cover that tomorrow. But the reason I'm covering this one with you, for today, because what I want you to do is just to how to create a basic channel troubleshooting piece, which I want to cover after covering the channels, because how to troubleshoot the channels as well, that is important for you, right? So if I go to channels, availability planning, so availability planning is another thing which we want to cover, and test basically file to file. Somebody already did that, so we will reuse this as well. So there are three things, Babu. So communication channel, that's the first thing, availability planning, and then the troubleshooting. These are the three topics, basically very important.
Hey there, want to get good at integrating systems? Our SAP PIPO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP PIPO. It's like a toolbox for connecting different systems, from making sure data flows smoothly to automating processes. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages, and they are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP PIPO Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out Zarentech's website.
So if you remember, we have gone through SLD, in a very first class, right? So I explained you how to create a software component, how to create as technical systems, business systems, and things like that. Do you remember all that, or do you need a refresher?
No, I remember those. Yeah.
Okay, good. So today, we're gonna learn more about your integration directory and ESR. So basically, so this is your integration builder, right?
Right.
So your integration builder is basically, that's where we're gonna define most of the things. If you right click on it, click on new, you will come up over here basically, right? So you can define basically a configuration scenarios, you can define the folders, you can define alert, changing list, this is the administration part of it. Now, if you want to define a sender agreement, receiver agreement, that's something what we can define from here. And if you look at the configuration, receiver rules and value mapping group, you can define from here So it's very important to learn from what you can do from where. Okay.
Hmm.
So communication channel, business components and party, so we will go through that, but just to give you an overview, the basically what we can do from integration builder, right?
Right.
Now there is another part of it, which is your ESR. And I will open this guy as well. Simultaneously we will cover both of them, but we will look at the overview first before we do a deep dive into each one of them. Over here, if you see, you can see all the products basically, right? All the products which are there in SLD. Basically, this list goes on, right? So there is another class where I'm working. Basically, this is file to IDOC, file to JDBC, file to mail, RFC. All these what we have created in another class. So we will be using these examples, and this is done by student as a homework. So I will explain each one of them to you, and try to do these basically as a kind of a homework basically for yourself. Now, before we go over there, right? So right click on it, click on new. So it is asking you a software component. And now from here on, understand each and everything. If you don't understand anything, stop me there. It is really important for you as a PO developer, to get into these things and work on these things. So if you're not getting, just stop me, and I will cover very slow these things in next 3 days. I will cover very slow, so you can grab it, you can do some homework, and then you come back with most of the things, right?
Okay, so this is really practically start.
Yeah, yep, yep. And this is the practical stuff. What you're gonna work on the job when you're on the job, basically, right?
Right.
And rest all the things what we have covered so far, that is part of your architecture, SAP basis, SAP security part of it. You should be aware of that, all that, but you should not be expert in all those things. But now onwards, what we're gonna build all the channels, logging, troubleshooting, all that, basically you should be expert into that basically, right? Now, software component version, you can have a local software component version. You can give that name over here as a test, which is what that means is you can create your own, at the time of creation of the software component, and click on create. Or the second option is import from SLD. And if I click on display, it will display all the name, vendors, version of those objects, and all that can be configured within the SLD. So you go over here, you can define the software component, you can define the technical system, business systems, products, basically. All that can be defined, what we have done. So remember, I created test SAM, one of the component. So basically, that's still gonna be there, basically. Or I think I created test. Yeah. So these are the test ones. We will be using one of those
Can
basically.
you check? I think you queue something, Babu.
Babu. Okay. Let me check. Yep. No. Oh,
No.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is of Babu, right? Test baby. No, this is not something.
No, it's not. No. Okay.
No.
There is a-
Anyways, we will use the existing one, but I will let you create at the time when you are practicing yourself. Create these from very scratch. So you get the version of it basically, right? So when you do an import from SLD, right? So import from SLD, you will see all those software components listed over here.
Right.
So if I type Babu as well, so the same one should come over here basically, and it's searching for it right now. Okay, so you see the test baby it's one Babu, right?
Okay.
The same thing what we were seeing from the SLD side. Now, if I click on folder, I can give the folder name, for the software component namespace as well. So, but I will leave it blank, for this for now. I will create this as test baby UN non-SAP. I will create this one. Now, as soon as I click on create, this will open up. This will say connection data to import from system.
Right.
So it is asking me what system I want to import the data from. I can give basically, let's say I will open another one over here. So there is no RFC. I think in RFC there will be a system. I will show you that one. Yeah. So you will give PI, PO 800, whatever you want to basically, and we will go back to what we have created. So understanding the concept of SLD, that's very important basically over here, right? Click on create. It says object is already currently being edited, you know. So that means, object was created. We are not able to find it. So I will close this one as well. Now this is the one basically. So I will give POPI, let's say, name, and client is 100. The message server is test.test.com, and group we will leave the blank basically. And now we will look at the details of underlying software components. We can add the underlying software component by clicking on this plus sign. So I just clicked on it. Let's see. It says available support pack does not exist basically, but it is showing me all the underlying software components as well. Now, if I search for Babu, I think we created by the name of, or maybe the test. Last time I know we created a couple of them, right? So anyways, just to give you an example of this one, we can pick any one of the tests, basically test one. We are picking up in this case, we are putting a test one as a component, underlying software component version, for this particular one. Now, if you see, this order list is already there. So what it gonna do is basically it will execute this particular one. If I double click on it, it is showing me all the details, basically test one of sap.com. Then you have details. Basically these details already exist. Now it could be part of your existing software component, or you can exclude it to run as a different software component as well, right? So you click on the SLD information. What is the SLD information, what is the name, what is the version of that, who is the vendor of that basically. So all that information will be populated over here. As soon as I click on save, it's gonna save basically. It says original language is not specified for the software version. So what we're gonna do is we will go back over here. And now we will click on the software versions, software component versions. So we will remove this one for now and try to save it. Okay, so original software, SLD information, so language is not specified over here. I will say English, right? Click on apply, then basically click on save. Why? Original language is not specified in the software component version. Yeah, it's specified right here. Let me go to SLD and click on this guy in product, test Babu of Babu, right? And then we have support pack. Yep, everything looks okay over here. Let me do one thing. I think it is stuck on that error message, so I will re-import that version.
So most of the job we import, we don't have to do that, or even we have to do it. They who give me those information.
Most of the time you will import, but most of the time you will import But in some cases, you have to create the product version as well. That's where you will go directly to SLD and create the software component version as well, right?
Okay.
So you have to create those basically just to make sure, if it is not there, if it is a third party channel, for example, you were getting a channel, a transport, from a third party, then what you're going to do is you will ask your basis guy, to import the transport into your system. Once you import the transport into system, then you have all the information in the SLD, and you will see the channels over here as well, and
Okay.
you can play around with those channels, because it's a pre-built software component for you.
Okay.
But in most of the cases, what you're going to do is you will come over here, create the create the channel, make sure the software component what you want to use that's there, and once you have everything, then you will come over here and save it. So once you define basically a language, over here it is saved. Now what you can do is basically you can come to details in underlying software component. If you want to add underlying software component, what you can do is you can search for the software component, from SLD. It is showing you all the SLD. Let's say you have for the Dell laptop as a vendor, right?
Okay.
So you will click on this one. Now it is already saved. So I will click on the save. As soon as you save, basically this is already saved over here, basically, right? Now you click on the objects, and you will click on the check. If the check is okay, you see no errors found during the object check. That means it is ready to use. Basically, this software component version is ready to use. You don't see any error messages while doing the check. Basically, now if you want to edit it, you will click on edit. You will edit the details basically, and I don't want to edit, so I'm coming out of edit mode. We are in a display mode now. Now, if I want to do check the pre-processing log, header logs, I can check those basically from here by clicking on these ones. If I want to do tools, which means update SLD information. Let's say, you imported a version 2 of test babu UN non SAP, right? And this the version 2 isn't sitting in SLD, and you want to update this version to version 2, which is still showing version 1 over here. You will go to tools, you will say update SLD information. It says SLD info updated basically. And now you will see a updated channel version over here, which is version 2, right? Now, if you want to do a component check, you will click on the component checks basically. You will say, go and check the components basically for this particular software component, right? You click on continue, you click on prompt before proceeding to the next check. So what it is checking basically, you can say language handling, check that. You want to check all the standard objects basically for the components. You want to check basically invalid characters, metadata, deleted objects, modified objects, interface objects, so all these are the components. These are the subcomponents of your software component version, right? So these components should be all okay. Otherwise, your software component version, will not run basically.
Mm.
So if I click on basically finish, right here, it says 1 of 13 check performed. Start next one, so yep, start the next one. So it is giving me all that basically. So I will click on this one 13 times. If I don't want to click on 13 times, then I can say basically in the second option, don't prompt basically. Now, if you see 13 out of 13 checks were performed successfully, no results found, that means everything looks good. I will close this one.
Okay.
Okay. Now, going back to the component check, just to make sure if you don't want to prompt before proceeding to the next step, don't select this one, so just unselect this one and select this one, basically click on finish, so all 13 performed without any prompts, right? So but if you want more information, you need to go back and check mark that option, basically. Now, I will click on save, just to make sure everything is saved. Now, if I want to check the information about this software component, but for the particular object, this is the object ID changed on Thursday, June 3rd, basically that is tomorrow's date, right? And who created this, basically, it is giving you information about who created this object. Similarly, for if I click on this guy right here, which is orange. If I open this guy, click on this. If I click on this guy, it is giving me PO user 14 created that, right, on Thursday, 29 April. So it is giving me all that information, so if you see all these details are there, and they successfully created, basically, vendor India, SC Orange, somebody did that, basically what we are doing as well. So I'm just showing you another example, right?
I get it. Okay.
Now, another thing is once you click on this hat, so this is a view. So it will not show you name and ID. If you click on this one, it's gone. So it is just for the view personas of the screen. Now, if you click on this sign, that means the processing logs are visible. If you double click on this one, that's gone. You will not see the processing logs underneath. Okay.
So this what about the next next to IP? Yeah, this one.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is grayed out. This is for the where do you use list. So this is more for the information like a help documentation.
Okay.
So it is not really an option. It is just for the documentation purposes. But most of the time, it will be highlighted gray. So it's it's of no use. All these 4 options are of no use. You need to focus on these 4: object, edit, view, tools, basically all that. Okay. Now, once you have created, let's say this object, now it is already in your design objects right here. Right. These are the design. You have designed the object.
Right.
Right. So I will go over here in the change list, change list for the PO user 02, which is, showing me what all changes this user has done as of now, basically. So it seems like this user is used by some other people as well, right? So all these changes, it's showing over here as a change list or the change log, you can say. So if you click on basically either one of them, ed to file to SOAP, so it is giving you information about your software component. It is showing you basically who activated it. Then it is showing you basically object in the change list, which is your ed file to SOAP. Ed file to SOAP, it is defined. So it is kind of a change list for the user, in this tab. But hardly you're gonna use any of these options basically for the change list. It is there, just for the knowledge, but it will not be there, when you not be very useful basically.
Okay.
Now you can search for the object in this directory as well, like this. If you click on the search option, you do basically test, right, and it will take you maybe. Yeah, it is asking for the full name. So what we're gonna do is we will take the full name right here. We will copy this name right here, and we will paste over here, and then we search for it. So we are already on that one, so it is not taking us there, but it will take you to the object basically. If you click on find, then you come over here, it will show you. Now if you want to do a filter on each these particular objects, design objects, you can do a filter as well. right here. It is taking time, so let's wait for it. Okay. So all these objects are displayed over here.
Okay.
If I uncheck, all objects, and I want to only see basically my own object, I can filter that on basically. Let me show you. So, right here, I want only my. I say apply. I say okay. So it is only showing me my objects now, basically what I have filtered on.
Good. Okay.
So it is showing me basis object, which is my Dell, right?
Right.
And it is showing me imported objects, basically what has been imported as a Dell laptop version, imported objects, if any. So it is showing me my objects basically for each one of them, basically right now. So and if you have imported basically any transport and you want to see that list over here, so your basis guy will import it, and then you click on refresh. Once you click on refresh, everything will be displayed over here. Now another thing is basically, this is an object right here, and you come over here, you will say, I want to close the object basically, and it's closed. So you can close it directly from here. You can close it directly from here as well, or you can do close all. Once you do close all, everything is gone. So these options are there. These are kind of a primary, not very rocket science to learn, but these are the shortcuts basically, you can say. Okay.
Okay.
Now, important thing. Basically, if you click on tools, there is a send system message. You can send system message to other people who are already logged into the system. Let's say, please log off from system, right? And I say send. So everybody else will get that. Everybody must have got the message, stating that. So I will say import data types, so if I want to import a data type, for any other software component, then I can do a data type import as well. In this case, we are looking at test Babu. So we will go to test BB Yukon on Babu, right? I click on apply basically, right? I click on next, and now you see a source of XDF file. So it is asking you import data type. If you know basically from where you want to import the data type, or if you have any file, then you can do that. Or what you can do is, I will select the H drive and I will say continue, right? And now choose XSD for import. So there should be a file that you have imported in the previous step, basically, in this step, this one, and that will displayed over here, right here. And you click on finish basically. After that, it says 0 files imported because we have not provided any file for the data types.
Right.
And data type could be your character, your decimal, anything basically. Your data type, and I will copy this one basically for your reading purposes. Okay.
Okay.
So if you see, decimal, string, and you can have a simple type, you have a built-in type, you have a complex type. Basically, there are different types of types, but understand, there could be character, there could be decimal, there could be string, integer, and so on. So all these data types are valid, but you need to read about each one of them. Developing a data type, how many data types are there, how many message type are there, basically. So you will go through this theory to read about it basically, and those data types are there. Now, if you go back to tool, so the another one is import service interface. If you know the service interface, let's say you are bringing that from another system, or you want to do that, let's say from BC Reliance of Reliance, we will take that as example. Okay. Now you have a namespace as well, which you can create that in SLD. So in SLD, there is a namespace. Name reservation. So you can define those namespaces over here. Remember that first day we have created the namespace by the name of Babu. So same thing. We will be doing that. And for the software component, all these namespaces are already there, and so we will be using one of those basically. Now, if you see, there is a namespace called reliance.com, right? So for this one, and there is for the BC Reliance one, there is already there. So what we're gonna do is we will click on that, we will apply. Then say namespaces reliance.com, and in your case we created babu.com, right, initially. Yeah, I mean, if you check basically, I think we did that by your name or that by test. So
or maybe we did on dummy. That time we cannot log in the system, remember?
Maybe.
Yeah, because we was struggling to log in, didn't give us access on the thing.
Yeah, maybe. So
You draw me all these things, and I understand.
yeah, but what I will do is I will I will cover SLD one more time for you. Okay.
Oh, great. Okay.
So, but understand the concept.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so the concept is basically, um, you have your namespace created basically, and you are creating a software component under that namespace.
Right.
So that once that is there, then it is asking you for the file, for the import service. So you don't have any file over here. So we will say it's inbound or outbound or import all reference. So depending upon if it is inbound, outbound interface, and we import the file, we click on continue, and it says device is not ready basically. So it's not ready basically, we know that, and we click on finish. So it says zero service interface has been created because we have not given a file. But once you give the file basically, for the interface, then it will be created as well. Now the another option basically over here is, you can do a component check, what we were doing that from the previous screen as well. It is the same component check under the versions. So it is the same thing. I will show you, I will pick another one, just to show you the screens. And all objects, yes, all objects, it's same screen, right? Exactly same screen. So it is checking everything, performing checks. So there is a check with the warnings basically. It says translation missing for this one, translation missing for this, translation missing for this. These translations are missing within this object. So how to fix these error messages? We will go back to SLD. We will maintain the translations for those basically. So I will show you once we cover the SLD. I will show you all that basically. Okay.
Okay.
So I click on save, it's saved. If I click on close, it will be closed basically from that on. And update the product main instance. You can update the product as well. If you say, let's say you have a new version of, SAP PO or the NetWeaver, so you click on all that. Basically, it says EHP1 for SAP. If you have SAP NetWeaver 740, and the EHP version is 00, to click on finish, it is importing all that. It says product version updated successfully, product version updated successfully for the SAP POS as well. Main instance is EHP1, with the server name. So these server names are updated basically. You will update the application component very rarely. And when I say very rarely, that means after upgrade you have to do it, but on a day-to-day basis you might not do that basically. Okay, let's say if your basis team comes back and say we are upgrading the SAP PO, and they upgraded over the weekend. Now Monday you will come in, you will see my application components are not updated basically with the latest release what the basis team has put into system. So you will come over here, you will update the application component, and it's just a single click away. And now you will see the latest information about all the components over here. Now, another thing, if you see, there is a personal settings, so these personal settings are basically for your, how you would like to see the screen, replace symbols, how you want to see the navigation, how you want to see the input help, you want to see this or not, you want to see the find, what kind of a display you want to see, add a text work area or abdominal window, so all this basically, these are the cosmetic options, and these you can select as per your need, how you feel, how you want to see all these screens basically. But it's kind of a very rare scenario somebody goes and change it, so I have not seen anybody changing it, because everybody's familiar with that, because once you start working on the screens, you get more often familiar with all these screens, right?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And now once you click on environment, there's an integration builder, then there is a cache status overview. Now this is very important step for you, basically, Babu. So if you see the cache status of this object, you are seeing the cache status of this. So there is a caching in SAP PO. How it works is there is a cache that is that knows about all the objects, sitting in SLD by default. And cache is what? Cache is a temporary memory. uh, so once you load all these objects into a temporary memory, which is called cache, they have their own status. Most of the time it is green,
Okay.
and notification delivered successfully, it is showing you. Most of the time it is green, but in some cases you might find yellow or red. Yellow is still okay, but when it is red, you need to update the cache. And how you will update the cache is basically you will ask the basis team, to clear the SLD data cache, and they will do that for you. And then there is a URL basically for the cache. So this is the cache. Now, if I go and clear SLD cache, if I click on this one, now it is asking SLD data cache cleared. Subsequent attempts to access the SLD maybe take longer. So what happens is basically how cache works, so understand this one. So this is your SAP PO, right? Now, this is your, let's say, cache memory. Okay. Now, this is your SLD. SLD. And within SLD, you have products, you have technical systems, right? You have business systems.
Okay.
So all these products, basically, all these products are loaded into cache, and
Is it like a temporary file, right?
it's a temporary memory. Yep, temporary file or temporary memory, you can say, right? So then there is two modes basically. One is delta mode and one is full mode
Okay.
for cache. Now, once I say clear the SLD cache, so I'm talking about this cache. Getting my point?
Okay, the top part.
No, SLD
I mean,
cache.
just SLD part. Yeah.
Yeah, this one SLD. When I say system cache, basically I'm talking about this one right here.
Okay.
Now, this option, is talking about right here, it is talking about your clear SLD data cache, right? So what I am clearing is this part, basically SLD. Now, once this cache is cleared, the objects will be loaded into the SLD cache one more time, slowly, as you access them. If you call one of the object, it will be loaded into SLD. You call the second object, it will be loaded into SLD. Third one, and so on, basically. Now, once I clear it, after clearing, nothing is there. Now it is giving you a message, subsequent attempt to access the SLD may take longer. So it will take longer, for the first time. Then after that, it will be all okay. So that's how the caching works basically. And there is the status basically. Green is successful, then you have, started, right here down. Then you have not started. Then you have basically failed. And if you look at this note number 78078, what was the number? 780747. 780747. Open this one. So this will give you some information about your SLD caching. And we will go through this information, so you get the concept. Then we will move forward. Okay. Cache overview display errors. So temporary connection error has occurred, or you have the, configuration incorrect, or you have error occurred while the cache data is being retrieved. So an overview of cache notification in the integration directory or in the integration repository, which you can have both in the environment cache, so display as an error. So this note is really important, to understand what error messages means, for the cache.
So
right?
you can find your issue.
Yeah, so you can find and troubleshoot the issue. SAP PO cache refresh. I want to show you another note basically.
So when I gonna know I need to clear all those cache when I have those issues, right?
Oh, yeah. So when you will come to know about it, I will tell you.
Okay.
In those scenarios. So here it is. The answer to your question is well. What are the symptoms when you have to clear basically full cache refresh? You have a process or PO. You have a PO system with the multiple integration flow or the integration configuration interfaces, right? You have also configured at least wildcard ICO, which is also working fine. You are using a wildcard in your SAP PO channel. So that's what it means. If you execute a full cache refresh, then these indicate may not be working. So what it is telling you is basically in what scenario you can do a cache refresh basically.
So when I see this situation, mostly I have to tell the basis to clear it, right?
Yes,
Okay. I'm not clearing, they are clearing it.
they will be doing the clearing. That's right.
Oh, good, okay.
But you should be aware of when to ask, when not to ask, right?
Right, I get it.
This is the old one. This is not PO, right? This is for the PI,
Mm.
old school. So we will not look at this one, but let's find another one. PI. We don't want PI. We want PO. Looking for a note, that will give you that information basically. So you have that handy with you. But I will explain that anyways, when you need to do that. If it is documented, then you will not lose that, right? Okay. Seems like there is no note about it. Let's say we are looking at this object, okay? And if I go back to overview, now I see this one is in the not started status, right? Let's assume that. Or this particular object is in the failed status, right? And I'm trying to reload this object, from SLD. I will click on edit and then I will say basically update information from SLD. Okay.
Okay.
Now let's say I clicked on it and it is looking for a newer version, but it is not able to do that. And now it is not able to do that because it is not coming as a 2.0 version right here instead of 1.0, and somehow it is not coming. And I see this status is still in a failed or not started. In that case, what I will do is I will ask basis team, please refresh delta cache for me.
Okay.
Okay, that's the condition. So that's a one of the condition. Now the second condition is you have recently done an upgrade of SAP PO,
Mhm.
and after that you see there is an inconsistency in the object that is already loaded into your cache,
Mm.
which it must be because system has been upgraded, right? So the temporary file will be kind of older than what the new things are coming in the upgrade, correct? So at that time you will ask basis team to do a full system cache refresh.
Okay.
The third scenario is, let's assume you have done a software patch for the software component uh, called test baby un non SAP. Okay.
Okay.
Now this software component is upgraded, not the system. Only the software component is upgraded. At that time, you want to have a delta cache refresh for this particular object. You will ask basis team that I have upgraded my software component and it is not loading into the cache successfully. Can you please do a cache reset or refresh for me? So they will go to those URLs what I showed you. Those basically
Right.
the
Mhm.
access is not there.
Full or
So
delta. Yeah.
yeah, full or delta, they will go over there. They will clear the cache or they will refresh the cache basically, and you will see the latest information about the software component in your ID, which is your enterprise service repository. So these are the three conditions, and the fourth condition could be you have done a transport, right? You have done the transport from development to QA to production. Now in production, already the software component already exists, but somehow the changes what you are taking from the transport, those are not reflecting into production, but your transport was successfully imported, and you see there is a difference between the data that has been imported by the transport and what you can see in the system. So at that time also you will go back to basis and you will ask for a delta system cache refresh basically.
Mhm.
So those are the four conditions basically, and I will try to find a note for you. If I go to that URL, see the mode is equal to full, right?
Right. Mhm.
So it is, yeah, mode is asking full. I will click on send. So CPA cache refresh executed. So that's how it will look like basically.
Mhm.
Okay. And then if you see, go to that URL basically and click on view cache update history. It will show you history when the last cache was updated. And what was the mode of that, full or delta? What is the date? What is the time? Last time it was updated. So that's how it looks like. And this one is the old school way. SIC cache, it used to be in PI, but not in SAP PO. So, but we will check these URLs basically. I have access tomorrow, so the support team already requested that for me. They are texting me. But just to understand, this is your integration builder, right? So
Right.
you have active changes, change list, you have import, you have request cache update again. So basically these are the options. You can see there's an integration builder. Integration builder is not showing the current information. Take a one liner bottom line. In the integration builder, if the information is not up to what you are expecting, then you will ask for SLD cache refresh as the first step, and see if the integration builder is getting updated with the SLD cache refresh. So SLD is cache is different than system cache. Remember the diagram. So SLD cache is different than system refresh. So anything in the integration builder that is not reflecting as correct thing, you will ask for SLD cache refresh.
Mhm.
Anything in ESR that is not updated basically, then what you want to do is decentralized adapter engine. For example, in the adapters, you will ask for cache update basically. As soon as you do a cache update over here, in the ESR for the full system refresh cache update, your ESR will have the latest information, and it will pass on to SLD as well. Make sense?
Yep.
So this diagram, what I'm gonna do is I will paste this diagram for you, just to make sure you have that handy with you. Okay. So you will come over here, this is your ESR basically,
Right.
Enterprise Service Builder.
Right.
Then you will come to the environment. You will clear the SLD cache from here.
Okay.
Okay. And then you have basically a URL, which is your cache refresh URLs, basically what I provided you, that you can use for the full system refresh basically.
Full or delta, mostly full.
Full or delta, both can be done with the two different URLs, but those are documented in your discussion board, right?
Right.
So these are the two types of the thing. Now, basically, there is another thing which is your integration builder, right? How to build an integration after the software components are built. So we will cover that tomorrow. But one help I need from you is to take a look at the file to file scenario and the video what we have shared, right? And
I did look at it. You want to make one object from a ESR?
yeah,
Okay, I can make one object from ESR, and I'll try to connect with the thing.
yes. So
How I
if
gonna
you-
get? The only thing I will have the problem with the system. So pick any system.
pick any system, yeah, any system, whether it's working or not. The idea behind this training is, Babu, to make sure your concepts are clear, right?
Well, okay.
If the system is working or not, that's a separate thing, but you are aware of where to click, where to go, how to define the system, how to define basically software component, how to define your integration builder. So create looking at that video, create one object, and tomorrow we will start sharing with your screen, so you can show me what you have done, right?
So one object including data. You want me to do data thing too or no?
Yeah, the entire video thing, basically. So complete that and see, and after that, basically we will do file to file. Then we will do file to SOAP adapter as well. I will give you some other videos as well for the file to SOAP, where it has been completely defined. So that will take you, file to file, file to SOAP, file to REST API, all that. Basically, we will cover that one by one.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which component in SAP PIPO is responsible for message routing? Option A, integration engine. Option B, adapter engine. Option C, business process engine. Option D, system landscape directory. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get good at integrating systems? Our SAP PIPO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP PIPO. It's like a toolbox for connecting different systems, from making sure data flows smoothly to automating processes. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages, and they are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP PIPO Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out Zarentech's website.
So AD REST API, right? So this is one of them. ADS.
Okay.
So I will select this guy. It has basically SAP.com version 1. So I will go and basically create this one. Once this is created, so I can go to next screen basically, and I can define my namespace. Now, what the namespace means is, if I click on this one, it says software version component must be saved before creating a namespace, right? So, and plus you need to define the language as well, which is undefined, the error message what we were getting yesterday.
Right.
Now we want to define the connections over here. We can, otherwise we can simply go and save this one. Now this guy is saved. I will create the work namespace. In the namespace, what we need to do is basically add the namespace definition. How to add a namespace definition, is if you click on this guy, edit, and you click on name, so let's give HTTP blog.sap to rest, right?
Okay.
Or we say SCN blog. And just let me see if it is accessible or not. SCN. Nothing is accessible on this server from internet. How to show you the... Okay, let me do one thing. Let me try if the Google thing is working. Simply mention Google. Okay, right. So once I save this is your REST endpoint. This is endpoint for your REST basically.
Okay.
You click on save. Once it is saved, basically over here. So say namespace was already defined in software version. This is Google 1.1. Note it can lead to naming conflict on the. Okay, it is giving us warning, but we are just doing a test over here. So we will ignore the warning, right?
Okay.
So once this is done, basically, after that, I'll go to design objects. I will open this guy and I will open this guy. It says google.com right here.
Right.
So if I will open this guy and say double click on it and open namespace definition. So if I open a namespace definition, it will show me the same content. So let me close it, from here. Okay, so it is showing you what is maintained in the namespace basically. So it's simple to see, if you want to see the namespace definition. Publish service interface. As soon as you say publish it, it will publish basically, and you can add the list of the objects you want this to be part of. I will pick anything at this point in time just to show you. We will say lotto tickets, right? So lotto tickets, there is an object underneath. I will say apply. It is added. We will say publish. Lotto, apply. We did one mistake actually. It is my object is not active.
Oh.
So what I'm gonna do is basically activate my object. First I will check, then I will go to this guy and I will say close all. Click on change. Then you go to basically namespace definition. You click on activate. Once you activate, click on activate right here. Now it is activated. Basically, this namespace is activated by this user this time, and this is what the key looks like. Okay. Now, if I click on publish service interface, if I click on this guy and now I go to Lotto and I want to say open lotto.com, apply, publish. Seems like Lotto is also not active, so we will pick up active version. Let's say open Acer, or maybe acer.com or aceramazon.com. Apply. So Oh, and this one is also not active. Anyways, you can add it basically. Once adding it, um, what you need to do is you need to test it now. What the test looks like, basically objects that are of original objects. So I will double click on it and close the namespace definition. I will click on this guy and I will say basically objects are original objects. Then you will see the details of those. Basically click on edit. You say underlying software component. If you want to add anything, basically let's say acer.com, it will be added over here, but it is not active, in system. So we will go and activate that one as well if required. So once we save it, we come out of the change mode, then we go to the SLT information. Now this, as soon as your namespace is defined, you have a REST endpoint and REST services published, basically. So once it is published, basically from here, so you will come over here, check for the active, let's say, let's pick up another, what that is. I'm looking for custom one, which will be active version of it. Raghu, let's say, right, raghu.com. Let's publish. No, active version interface will be published. Yeah, activated. I'm adding an object. Okay, publish. I say publish. Okay, error when connecting to service registry. Your URL is not reachable because this system is not connected to internet and it is trying to reach to that. Okay.
Okay.
So now if you see, your endpoint is google.com, so when you try to basically publish service interface, and you click on publish basically over here by adding it, it will try to reach to google.com. And in this case, it is not able to reach out because, this server is not connected to internet, but otherwise, it will reach out to your application server URL as well. Let's say now you want to reach out to your particular application server, in this case non-SAP server. You will maintain a namespace basically for a non-SAP, right here. You click on edit, you will click on basically plus over here, you will say, non-sap.com, right?
Okay.
HTTP. Okay, so I will say non-SAP. Simple. And I click on save basically. As soon as I save it, so there is another endpoint maintained now, basically. So there is another option, to insert object. So you can insert the object, say you can copy paste it and you can save it over here with the help of this button. So you can define basically HTTP on sap.com. Okay, and activate it basically. Now your REST endpoint, for the design object in ESR, that is defined. Simple. Okay.
Okay.
Now we will try basically your let's say you have this guy and then you click on basically new, and as soon as you click on new, right, it will give you what namespace you want to create basically, or what interface object you want to create. Now what you can do is you can do a data type as well. What the data type will be basically, data type, right?
Okay.
Then you are giving a google.com over here basically, which is your interface. Then you have software component name, then you have a freestyle data type. So freestyle data type, if you are creating the namespace, it will automatically be defaulted. So otherwise you always need to select it, right? So data type is or will populate the namespace automatically. Otherwise you need to type it basically. In the data type name, you can say basically decimal, or you can say int. right?
Hmm.
Any data type basically. So yesterday I provided you a URL to read about the data types. So once you read about the data types, you will come to know more about it. So I will not cover basically a theory piece of it, but I'm showing you how to do it, right?
Okay.
So data type, as soon as you click it, basically then you click on create. Now you are defining the int as a data type, sample type basically, right?
Hmm.
Now what is the type of this? Basically you can define this is the data type, right? And it is says suitable for which component, tabular search help, hierarchical help. Okay, you click on okay basically on this one. Then you are defining the occurrence. When you're defining the occurrence of it, let me change this guy. Let me define the real data object, just to show you some example. Data type REST service and content. So let's say we are defining this guy. Okay.
Okay.
Now we create this one. As soon as we create, this is here. We go to basically save. We saved it. Now we click on basically a change mode. So we are in this one. So we will say it is in data type, and we are giving the value for the data type over here, or the basic object, as per the design of the object. Let's say acer.com is a sub object. This one is the google.com, it is your REST API. So you will define those basically over here. And once you come out, it will ask you what the occurrence should look like. So if you see, there is a new data type over here. It's added data type REST service content.
Right.
So if I close this guy, hold on. So if I close this guy, I will click on this guy. Basically, it will bring me over here. So I will go to basically IXT. It is showing me the code of my interface, right? The data type, what you are going to define, so that is also it is showing. Let's say it is an element. Data is the result. Basically, data type service, it's showing the result. Then you can do basically, let's say, change it. So what's happening is basically data type can be your result. It can be the element. It can be your xsd string. you know and it could be an occurrence is equal to any number, right? So the type over here, if you click on this change, so it is showing you what type it is basically. So you can say xsd type, and then you can say it is a string, it is an integer, or what you want to place. So let's say you want to place one over here, and this is your type basically. What I gonna do is basically click on this guy. I will say insert my attributes. Now basically inserting the attributes, I say show me results for this field, right? Now this occurrence is optional, but for the string, you will define the string as well. Now string basically XSD, then you are defining the string of this attribute. Now attribute is the kind of a row, what the results you're gonna see when you call this service basically. So, and what is happening with it, basically you have a default value, you have a deletable value, then you have a detailed value as well. Now if you click on detailed value, you can say the behavior of your interface should be reset. So it will reset it. But to define the attribute for your data type, you can add it basically from here. You can add as many as attributes you want. So I will say result 2, and I will add the string type over here as well. This is showing me an optional, but I will say required in this case. So this will be the required field. So when you call this service, basically it will ask you, what is the occurrence type you are trying to refer to. So you will give the number over there 1. Occurrence as search the records with occurrence 1. So as soon as you give that number in your output, basically, it will show you all the results from this, basically API based. Are you still following me or no?
Yeah, I got it.
So
But we used to do like data underscore rest underscore service. Then we have to select all the character, right?
exactly, so that's what we are doing. All those characters are attributes, basically. You are defining those attributes. You are defining result. You are defining result 2. You are defining what the string type should be, basically. So all that you are defining it over here. You are making sure your occurrence is the field. This is optional or this is required field. You are defining that as well over here. Okay.
Okay.
So, and the same way you can define more data types as well. Just right click on this one. You can create a new data type, and you can say, data type um, test, for example. Anything you can say. You create that, right? And you will have basically this one as data type, which not the data XSD. And now you are saying basically integer. So you can define the integer as well, and in the details, what value you want in integer, max, minimum, max, minimum, inclusive, white space, immersion, all this, basically it will ask you if you select the integer over here. If you select basically boolean, for example, it will show you different details. So either you reset it or you set the properties. Properties is in boolean. Basically, you can leave the pattern as it is, or you can leave the blank, basically, uh, which will replace, collapse, or preserve. I mean, let's say you have a value of 0, right? And you want to collapse that value to null. So you can use this basically as a white space over here, right? Now you can define basically replace, and the 0 should be replaced with star value. So it will be replaced with a star value. You can define that as well over here in the attributes. So you're defining the behavior of your design object basically for the channel, the service you want to call, so you're defining it basically based off that. So I think I have one blog, which talks about the same data types. So let me bring that to you, and I will put that in this guy as well. Let me know when you are able to see this diagram we have used initially, on understanding the message sender and receiver, right?
Right.
Very initially, when we were discussing about the sender and receiver, we used this blog initially. In the same blog, what it is doing, it is creating an object the similar way we have created that. Okay. And we click on create, object will be created. The first step is basically software components. The second step is basically to check the software components. Third step is to import from SLD. Fourth step is basically to click on display, right? Now, fifth step is basically to search for the software component, what you have just created. You have created blog.sap.rest, but in our case, we have created what? Right here, ADSR API template store, right?
Right.
So if you see, you click on that, you will see import. Now, what you are doing over here exactly is we saved it. We selected the English as a type, then we saved it. in our case, so we let me open that screen. So we selected English, then we saved it. Right?
Right.
Till here we are clear.
Right.
Now let me go back to the blog, because I'm just referring to the blog. So afterwards, when you're gonna create that, you will refer to the same blog and practice yourself as well.
Okay.
Now you have added basically google.com over here. He's adding the blog SAP REST 2, right?
Okay.
So it is creating a namespace. In our case, we have created a namespace with google.com or saying non-sap.com. And we have click on create, then saved it. So it is saved now. Now, basically, we have a modeling. So in our case, basically, we have not modeling, but we have basically this google.com, right? So google.com is displayed over here in your blog. If you see, you have the same namespace what you have defined over here. It is showing as of over here. Now, basically, it is creating a data type. Click on new. So it is creating a interface objects. You click on this guy. You have a interface object, data REST API service count content. So what I created is basically content. It is creating a data type zip code. So it is creating a data type for the zip code, which is a numeric string, right?
Right.
So we were also creating a string. Then we entered the sub element, attribute row. So if we go and click over here, so I am adding an attribute, but he added a sub element. But I don't want to add a sub element. I want to add only attribute. So that's a blank line added over here. So if you see in this example, he added this complex type, then the element zip code, then XSD string occurrence is equal to 1. And we also added basically, XSD string optional required, we are giving the option as 1, or we are saying basically required. So it will be given as the output when you will call the service. It will be used at that time. If we say optional, then we can give this value over here as well. But if we say required, that means at the time of when you are calling this service, at that time this will be required field. You cannot give this field right now. So till over here, you are seeing this example, it's almost same. And so what, see, results basically element XSD occurrence equal to 1, 2, 3, whatever you want to. So this is all created. Now the third thing which we need to define is basically message type, right? So interface in the message type. So if I right click on this guy, create a new, right? So if I go to interface object, now I'm defining the message type over here. Getting my point?
Yeah. MT underscore.
So have you defined the message type before?
So
Okay.
mostly when you do data type, that should be flying everything, right?
That's correct, but the most of the time what you need to do is basically when you create a message type, the message type name should be given basically, let's say REST underscore service for the count, right? Now once this is there, it is asking you to create this message type, and in the message type you are doing a description as test. Then you are giving a data type used basically, and data type used can be your google.com, right? So if you do a google.com and you say this is my message type will be, I will click on create, so it is added, namespace also added, REST service count, data type added basically automatically.
Okay.
So XML namespace is also there. You are creating a message type now. This is called message type. So you are calling google.com and you are giving a data type used. Now every detail is there. I will click on save, and now it is saved. You see the message type is populated over here.
Right. Okay.
Getting my point?
Yeah, I get it. Because as soon as we make data type, REST automatic come from the system, right?
That's right. So as soon as you click on the data type used, because the data type you already created in system, before creating a message type. So as soon as you give that, it will pick up the namespace, it will pick up the XML namespace, everything will be picked up. Now, if you go over here, you will see the XML basically right here. So you don't have to do any coding. It is mostly the configuration.
Right.
That's why SAP PO is easy to learn. There is no coding. It is all about configuration.
Right. Mostly is configuration, right?
Exactly. Now, you have created this one basically as a message type. Now, the last thing what we need to do is we need to create the service interface, right? So we will go to our google.com, create a new, we will go to interface, the service interface, basically service interface. What that means is service interface. We will say test service. Okay. Now I will say create, or okay, it's asking me it cannot be blank, so I will underscore. So this is your basically your interface, service interface. As soon as you do a service interface, you are defining the category of whether it's an inbound, whether it's an outbound interface, whether it's an abstract. So most of the time you will select inbound or outbound, right?
Right.
So you are doing only outbound for this one, and then whether it's a stateless or it's a stateful. So stateless versus stateful, I will give you one liner about it. So, but rest I want you to stateful versus stateless definition. So there are basically firewalls as well, stateful, stateless, so, and then there are web services. This is the definition of your stateful. To understand the statelessness, one must understand statefulness, basically, right? To take the difference between these two, there is a API. These are the web services actually. What is the basic difference between stateful and stateless is, so stateful is talking about more about the state is simply in the condition of the quality of the entity in the instance. It is the stateful is rely on these moments in the time for the change of output and determines input and the state. So getting this point, basically the stateful will always ask you to determine the input and state. So read through these definitions. There will be a better definition as well. Now there is a message processing as well. So stateless processing, when message reaches to SAP PO, it processed in a pipeline. After that, the message is sent to a target system. Once the message is sent to target system, we cannot manipulate that message again. Okay, that is a stateless. Stateful is basically even after the message is sent to target system, it persists. It persistent. We can still have it's in the BPM. So understand basically a difference. From a SAP PO perspective. So stateless, once the message is there, right? So message is sitting in SAP PO. Once you send that to target system, which is your ECC, SCM, any of these systems basically. So once it is sent, you cannot add, delete, or change or anything you can do with that message. That is a stateless processing. Okay. Now stateful is basically even the message is delivered to a target system, which is your ECC SCM, and after doing a delivery of that message, you can still access the message through a BPM, which is your business process monitoring. But in most of the cases, what we use is stateless. Yeah, this is something, basically a little bit more theory will be needed, so
even if it's inbound, it's going to be same.
Exactly. If it is the inbound as well, the inbound message you are delivering to a target system, the stateless and stateful definition will not change, in terms of inbound, outbound, because the fundamental difference between these two is stateless, you don't have a control once it is delivered, but in stateful as well, you don't have a control unless and until you are using SAP BPM, which is business process monitoring, which stores those messages in the BPM module. Okay. So it says normal. Now the thing is basically security profile. You can define the security profile. We always say low. It is always secure. Now we will do basically it is the async message or it is a sync message. We will see that one as well. So what is the basic difference between async and sync? You know, so that also we will cover. But I will cover this screen first, then I will go to async and sync definitions as well. Okay.
Okay.
So then we will say normal operations. Then let's say this is the sync message. If it is async, basically you see options are only request. If it is the synchronized message, basically you have response, fault. So what is the difference now? Let's understand this one as well. Async, it will only send the request. It is only asking you what is the name. Basically, you will give the REST service count, for this one, google.com, so it's already there. As soon as you change to synchronization, basically sync message, it is asking for a response back to from the target system where it has been delivery has been made. So most of the time you will be dealing with these things. Okay. This is your SAP PO. This is your ECC. As soon as message is delivered, basically, right? And you are not expecting a response back from ECC to SAP PO. The response you are not expecting back, that is called async message. Okay.
Okay.
Now, let's say you are expecting a response back from ECC that it has been delivered successfully. So this is called sync. They both are in sync, right?
Connected. Yeah.
So response sent, acknowledgement sent back to SAP PO that the ECC has received a message. So this is systems are in sync. So as soon as the delivery is not there, basically, if we remove the delivery piece of it, this is called async, basically. So it is important for you just to understand, because most of the time customers, when you go to the teams, working with them, they will tell you this is the async or this is a sync, basically. So depending upon that, these options will be populated, and you will say what is the message type is. Message type, basically external message, IDOC, RFC. Let's say it's RFC, so namespace is highlighted. You will only give basically a namespace, so over here for the RFC. Let's say if you do a message type, then again it will show you the message type as well. Like Acer is there, then rest is there, for the google.com. So all that needs to be, and now it will get the response back from google.com. Yes, I have received the request from SAP PO. Now I'm sending a response back. The response will be collected, from on this field, basically. Now basically, this is your outbound. Let's say, I will save this guy. So if you see the service interface, then there's a test service. So it is saved right now, test service, but it is saved as outbound.
Right.
Okay. Now, if I go over here, create a new, basically go to my interface objects and sorry, service interface, then I will create test inbound. Click on create, basically. Then you can define the inbound message type as well. And you can define async this time. You want a fault message type, let's say 401. If you're not able to reach to site, that is 401. If you want to give the name, basically, then you will give the message type name over here, which is your google.com. So it is there. Now if you click on save, this is your test inbound is also saved. This is your outbound, this is your inbound. So you can see all that basically from here.
Okay.
That's how you define your interfaces, basically, right? So all gone. Now if you see this interface as a service interface inbound, basically this is your outbound, this is your inbound, then what is the message type is, what is the data type, so we have covered all this basically for a single interface, which is google.com. So that's how you define your message basically within SAP PO. Now, this is your designing the object, designing your interface basically. So in this basically you can define more objects as well, which is by defining the process integration. So we will discuss about the mapping objects. We will cover the mapping objects basically tomorrow. Because mapping objects will take more time. Because this is the important topic. Like same like interface objects, all these options what we cover today. So mapping object is another one. Now the adapter objects, basically, I will give you an example of the adapter object. So adapter of metadata, basically there are some adapters, right? So in SAP PO, definition of adapter is basically, let's say, just to help you understand basically what are the different adapter types. Adapters, advanced adapter engine, basically. Now, in this, if you see adapter types are there. It can be IDOC, it can be RFC adapter, it can be HTTP adapter, it can be business connector basically, which is again a HTTPS call. It can be file to FTP, JDBC, JMS. These are the web services marketplace. So most commonly you will see basically these are in use. So IDOC in SAP world, it's very common. RFC is very common. HTTP is very common, basically. Business connector, very rarely you will use. In some scenarios it is used. Some scenarios, basically, it's on very much. It's not used basically. File to FTP, every day you will use that basically. Then there is a JDBC. Then there is a JMS. Now JDBC is only applicable when you are connecting to a Java application, and that's a Java dictionary. Business connector basically. So JDBC is the connecting to Java applications. Now you have JMS as well, which is your for spare MQ non-SAP application. JMS, provider administration object from the file. That is again a non-SAP application. So this is used for non-SAP application, right? Now there is a SOAP adapter. SOAP adapter is used basically on a day-to-day basis, as a REST service, like a HTTP call, but you can use as a REST API as well. So SOAP is also a web service in SAP. So you can use that basically with SAP, like SOAP administration is another screen basically in ECC. I'm not sure you are familiar with that or not. But in ECC you can connect, or in S4 HANA, which is a new ERP version, you can connect a SOAP adapter, you can connect REST APIs, you can connect OData, then you can connect basically HTTP. These are the web services calls basically what you can make to latest and greatest and the older versions basically as well. So it is important for you to understand, the SOAP is one of the web service. Web service is another one, basically what you can configure. But apart from that, everything else is not in use, very much on day-to-day basis. So anything below marketplace, right from here on, it's not in very much, day-to-day use. We don't use these very often. But everything above, from here, that's very much is used on a day-to-day basis. So you need to learn, you need to basically memorize, that IDOC, RFC, HTTP, business connector, all these are the adapter types. If somebody is asking you what adapter type we can use, so let's say what is the difference between IDOC versus RFC? So definitely, if I'm connecting to a SAP target, or SAP source, then I will use IDOC, which is a file-based mechanism, to move the record, from one system to another system through PO. Then RFC is the TCP/IP connection, which is your works on your ping commands, right? So that's a basic difference. Then HTTP works in the basically HTTP protocol, which is more often used for the non-SAP systems, like Java systems. Like PO itself is a Java system, so you can use it for SAP Solman Java system. You can use it for non-SAP Java systems. Things like that basically. Then most commonly, which is the modern architecture as of today, we use SOAP, and then we use web services, then we use basically JMS for the old IBM series. IBM WebSphere is there, IBM mainframe, all that is still running on TIBCO, is running on JMS queues. So you need to understand what is the capability of your source and target, what they can support, what they cannot support. But your PO can support all these adapters. So when you go for a technical assessment, let's say you have been asked to design an interface, from going from SAP as a source, then you have a PO as a middleware, and non-SAP as a target, which is TIBCO, for example, right? So what I will use it basically as, I will use a JMS adapter over there. I will take the file basically from the ECC and send to TIBCO, knowing that TIBCO can handle JMS queues, and I can just drop the packet or the payload basically to TIBCO. It's called usually the message type or the message itself that PO is transforming, it is called payload.
Okay.
So depending upon the thing, what I'm trying to say is, depending upon the capabilities of your target and the source, you will pick and choose adapter type from here. So this page is very important, and what I have just explained to you, everything is mentioned on this page, and just read through it, and if you don't see basically much, you are not getting it, then I can help you with more explanation.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard message type in SAP PIPO? Option A, XML. Option B, EDI. Option C, IDOC. Option D, SQL. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get good at integrating systems? Our SAP PIPO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP PIPO. It's like a toolbox for connecting different systems, from making sure data flows smoothly to automating processes. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages, and they are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP PIPO Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out Zarentech's website